Each week at Saratoga, you can expect to see something special. Today is no exception. It's Coaching Club American Oaks Day. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We have the 3-year-old fillies in the spotlight as the fans crowd around Saratoga Racecourse up at Saratoga Springs, New York, for a chance to see what many believe is the best 3-year-old in training. An absolutely glorious day here in upstate New York. Glad to have you with us for the second Saturday of this summer's Saratoga Meet. I'm your host, Acacia Clemon, kicking things up on the desk here to start off today's show. As mentioned, our Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks coming up a little bit later on for the 3-year-old fillies. The big story of the race is, of course, Kentucky Oaks and DK Horse Acorn winner Torpedo Anna, who has been so dominant. Was a scratch this morning. Barbara Tina is out, so we'll be a field of 4, but Torpedo Anna 1-2 on the morning line, a horse that has really just stamped herself as the most dominant 3-year-old filly, perhaps the most dominant 3-year-old of either sex. I'm pleased to be joined by former jockey Rajiv Miraj, handicapper Sarah El-Badwi. Rajiv, looking at Torpedo Anna from a rider's perspective, she is so tactical. What makes her so good on the racetrack?
Well, she's a jockey's dream to ride because she really has no flaws. She's naturally fast, so she puts her jockey right in the race right from the outset, and she's just so responsive to all of his cues. And Brian Hernandez being the jockey that rides her all the time, her regular rider, she's just pretty straightforward.
She's been so fun to follow to Sarah, and I think has picked up a lot of fans along the way because, as Rajiv said, she has speed. She's been involved in fast paces and still shrugging off some very good horses.
And I think that's the main thing to be excited about with her, that she has been capable of showing that early speed, but continuing on throughout her races and really having that stamina to keep on going. And while she is not at the same level as a horse like Rachel Alexandra in terms of talent or quickness, she's starting to have the same type of running tactics where she is able to put other horses away on the front end. A very exciting prospect going forward to the rest of this year and beyond.
So we're not calling her great just yet.
Not yet.
But she's on her way there, and today could be a big stepping stone for that. We want you to be able to play all of the action. You can do so with an Naira Bets account. Join Naira Bets today and play all on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $250 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code SPA250 and you could earn up to a $250 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And don't forget to join now at nairabets.com for your $250 deposit match. We kick things off with the 2-year-olds. Here's a look at the field for these 2-year-old maidens going 1 1/16 in the inner turf. We had a late scratch of the one Insubordination who dropped the rider stepping on the track and got loose. So a late scratch of the one Insubordination. But Rajiv, it's a pivotal point of the year for these 2-year-olds because this is the first time that they're going this distance as we see the 2 Without Caution go by. Here's the 4 Lucas's Mischief.
A horse that I have some interest in is a Half to Caroline Street, a very successful horse, especially as a 2-year-old.
There is the 5 Helicity, has experience.
Yeah, experience is always a great asset to have in a race that's filled with horses making their debut.
Here's Profound, first-time starter for Cherie DeVoe.
Favorite as of now, Cherie off to a hot start this meet.
Hands of Time, son of Liam's Map.
This one seems to be working well in the morning and making a favorable impression on the track.
Experience for Nudge, but first time on the grass.
And trying to go a longer distance as well. Blinkers do go on for Todd Pletcher.
There is the 10 English Love. Mark Cassie's been hot.
He has, and definitely worth watching out for his 2-year-olds. This one a little bit cold on the board as of now.
And a couple drawing into the field. Here's the 11 Academy.
This Oscar Performance cost $310,000 as a yearling.
And the 13 Papiamento.
This draws in off the also eligible as well. This one is bred to get the distance.
After working 10-1 at the OBS March 2-year-old sale, we'll welcome in the 4th member of our team champion jockey, Richard Migliori, here with us. Richie, what are you seeing from these 2-year-olds to start the day?
Well, before I jump into the horses that are still in the race, Acacia, just a quick report. The one Insubordination, who was quite insubordinate in the paddock as well. When Eric Cancel went to get on, he kind of threw his crop over the saddle. He tried to kick him there. He missed, thankfully. And then when he came out on the track, I was standing right here, and he let out the "you just leap" and a buck, and he went one direction, and Eric went the other, and then he ran off down the stretch. So Eric was able to get up, walk, go to first aid to get checked out. And I do believe that insubordination was apprehended without incident. Now, getting to horses that are still in the race, the two-horse without caution could not look any better. Cherie DeVaux's horses look fantastic. They're extremely well turned out. Now, he winds up with post one with Jose Lascano, and this is a very well put-together individual. He just seems like he's very focused, knows why he's here. Now, he's not taking any money out of the, compared to the other Cherie DeVaux horse, but I got to tell you, he's got a real look, a really nice-looking individual. The 4, Lucas Mischief, son of Into Mischief, good turf works, half to Caroline Street, a graded stakes winner on turf. Does look like he's just a touch heavy, although I have to say I'm always a little thrown off with Belmont trainees because they carry good weight, and sometimes I think maybe they'll need one and they are fine. But to me, it looks like he'll improve with a race. The 6, Profound, also making a really nice impression. The other Cherie DeVaux taking more money, get Hall of Fame, or soon to be, well, no, Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez. I'm getting ahead of myself. And this horse is out of a mare Flush, placed on turf, but actually broke her maiden on the dirt with our friend and colleague Rajiv Miraj aboard for Christophe Comant. So we got a lot of connections there, guys. And then the 7 will be my top selection, the Christophe Comant trainee, Hands of Time. Just a really good-looking son of Liam's Map. The Grand Dam Midnight Watch was a stakes winner right here in the Risk-Averse at Saratoga, so there is some turf pedigree. And I just love how well turned he out. And he has soon-to-be enshrined Hall of Famer Joel Rosario. That's what I was trying to get to, guys.
On the ballot and into the Hall of Fame this year, Joel Rosario. Quickly, Rajiv, top pick for you?
I went with the number 4, Lucas Mischief. I just feel like the workouts from the DRF Clocker reports suggest that this one could run, and I think he's going to make a favorable race today.
I'm on the same boat. Hopefully we can strike with a winner to start things out.
6-1 on Lucas's Mischief for Rajiv and Sarah. Richie on the 7, Hands of Time, as there goes the 10, English Law, giving the starting gate crew just a little bit of trouble. These are 2-year-olds, a lot of them doing this for the very first time. Definitely some greenness in there, as well as the starting gate can be a little bit intimidating for these inexperienced runners. Will be graduation day for one of these 2-year-olds as English Law goes in. Just a couple left to load. We'll send it up to the voice of Saratoga as we kick off Coaching Club American Oaks Day here at the Spa. Here's Frank Miramati.
One more left to load. Papiamento going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Lucas's Mischief and Nudge are the first 2 out of the gate. A couple lengths back to Without Caution in 3rd. Helicity comes away in 4th. Papiamento moves up widest of all. English Law settles on the outside of Hands of Time. Academy is second to last, and another couple back to Profound, who trails through the opening quarter mile. It's Lucas's Mischief and Nudge, 1-2, heads apart. The opening quarter just under 24 seconds flat. Without Caution is about 4 lengths off the lead, and right next to Helicity, those two stride for stride. Another 3 lengths back to Hands of Time, who's on the inside of English Law. They've been together throughout. 4 more back to Academy. Now Profound is asked to get a little bit closer along the rail, and that leaves Papiamento at the back. 48 seconds flat for Lucas's Mischief and Nudge, who continue to do battle on the front end. With Helicity and Without Caution, another 2 back to Hands of Time and English Law. There hasn't been much change. Profound has gotten a little bit closer. Now just 6 lengths off the lead and has room, moving up willingly along the inside, just behind Without Caution now as they move around the turn. Another length back comes Academy and Papiamento. 1 minute 13 and 1/5 seconds. They're at the top of the stretch, and Helicity makes a 3-wide bid on the outside of Lucas's Mischief and is up to take the lead. Behind them, Without Caution is in 4th and moving up nicely. Here's Without Caution closing stoutly now, up right to Helicity and right on by Without Caution. And Jose Lezcano winning easily. Helicity was second. It turned into a blanket photo involving both Hands of Time and English Law just in front of Nudge.
Number 2, Without Caution, gets the job done at first. Asking, I should say. He ran to his looks this afternoon and finishing with a flourish for Cherie DeVaux's barn, who has been going great guns here at the meet.
Yeah, great pick by Richie out there. He said he looked really well. And, you know, the other Cherie DeVaux in this race, because the number 6, Profound, was the favorite, and Profound was running pretty erratically, a bit green, while the stablemate here, Without Caution, was just so professional. I was very impressed with how professional he was. It looked like a horse that was hitting his best stride at the wire and very polished debut.
Beating one with experience in the 5, Helicity, but 13-1 winner, Sarah, under Jose Lezcano in a perfectly timed ride.
And this was a professional effort, as Rajiv mentioned, a horse that really extended himself well, had a nice turn of foot, and was able to defeat 2 horses that did have that experience coming into this race. A little late on the lead change, but it didn't matter ultimately. This horse just really accelerated as of late, and I think we were all commenting on how good this horse looked before the race, and that clearly played out on the racetrack.
Certainly did. Yeah, swapping leads in the stretch. Still a bit of greenness. Just his first start, so plenty more to come. By Without Parole, and the dam is actually the sister to Stage Magic, who's the dam of Justify, Triple Crown winner. So there's a pedigree to say this one has a big future.
Powerful family. And coming into this race, there was a lot of horses that was coming in with a hype. You know, there was a lot of indication that this was a solid race, and for him to assert himself from his competition that much coming towards the wire, this is a serious horse.
One to watch moving forward, as well as some of the horses coming out of that race behind him too. 2-year-olds in the first race, but coming up a little bit later on today, it is our America's Best Racing Race of the Week. The Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks will go as race number 11 today for the 3-year-old fillies, going a mile and an eighth on the main track. Again, a scratch of Barbara Tina, but you can genuinely make cases for every single one of the horses in here. Well, they've all got to get around Torpedo Anna, but to meet the field, here's Candide, who beat older horses last time in the Lady Secret.
One of 3 Grade 1 winners in this field. That race in the Lady Secret was off a layoff, and it was actually her career best number-wise. She ran a 99 buyer.
But here she is, Torpedo Anna, Kentucky Oaks winner, looking to extend her streak.
Likely universal single of the day, especially with that pick 6 carryover coming up later, and deservedly so. Who is going with her early? To me, no one.
The horse that was second to her in the DK horse Acorn last time out, here she is, the 4, Leslie's Rose.
Well, I think if there's any horse that could potentially go with her early, it would be Leslie's Rose, with John Velasquez on her outside, and this one does possess some tactical early speed.
The only horse to ever beat Torpedo Anna, it was as a 2-year-old, but here she is, Intricate.
If she's gone on from 2 to 3 and taken a step forward, she might be that only one to do so yet again. But Torpedo Anna, who she was as a 2-year-old, I think she's improved quite a bit as a 3-year-old
Yeah,
overall.
she certainly has, as we'll get a chance to see them rematch. A little bit of a fun storyline underneath there with Intricate coming back, but she has not won since that goldenrod over Torpedo Anna. But there's a lot coming up and plenty to look forward to, as always, at the spas. You could feed your competitive edge with live money handicapping contests nearly every week. Be sure to register now to win cash prizes and seats into next week's $300 contest. Registration closes before Saratoga's 3rd race post time today. So you have a couple more races to get involved. Visit NYRABets.com/contests to learn more today. Back to race 1 today, an impressive debut from a well-bred colt Without Caution, winning for Cherie DeVaux and Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, this horse, you know, onwards and upwards from here. This kind of race, a maiden race on a Saturday at Saratoga for 2-year-olds going long on the turf, has notoriously produced future stars. And for him to win the race in the manner that he did, there's no telling the ceiling for this horse.
$28.40 winner. It seems everything that trainer Cherie DeVoe has sent out has been live, and she's standing by with Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. And Cherie, you're just having such a wonderful meeting. Everything's running well. Without caution, less fancied on the board of the two, but boy, he had a look in the paddock and on the track like he was a racehorse.
He's always been impressive physically. I was thinking that he may need the race. Profound of my entries acted a lot more forward, but obviously that's why we go out and run them. But he's always acted like he had something in him. It just, I would have thought he might have needed the experience, but he sure didn't today.
No, and he worked out a beautiful trip with that inside draw. Without caution, by Without Parole, a stallion that I'm not as familiar with. Maybe you could tell me something about him.
So Without Parole was campaigned by the Gunthers, and he's standing over in Europe right now. And he came over here. He has a great pedigree. And he's had a lot of early precocious runners over in Europe, so I believe this is his first win over here. The other one that we ran was Good Conduct the other day, who came with a really nice run. So he's a stallion that we might want to think about, especially for turf runners and for us trying to bring something over.
I mean, and again, going back to the meet you're having, it's fun to win anywhere, but how much more meaningful is it here in Saratoga?
Well, I think if you win a race here, you have something. None of these races are easy. We're on a big stage, and I just think it's great. It's fun for our team to all be part of this. But there's really nothing like winning on this type of stage.
Congratulations. Keep up the great work, and you got a wonderful team. Obviously, I'm happy you got Declan Carroll on the team. He's somebody I've thought highly for a long time.
No, we're lucky. Very fortunate to have him, David, and Kim on our team, as well as everyone else, but they bring just a wealth of knowledge, and each brings their own skill set, which you really can't teach anyone.
Cherie, thank you for taking the time. And guys, a stallion maybe we got to look out for here, Without Parole.
Very talented racehorse as well. He started off his career in Europe, was trained by Chad Brown. We saw him finishing in races like the Shadwell Turf Mile, ran in the 4-star Dave, and now as sire, this was actually his first U.S. winner, of what I could tell, first U.S. runner as well.
Yeah, not sure how many we're going to actually see race over here, but when they bring them across the seas, they're not going to spend that expense if they don't think they have some true quality to them.
Well, absolutely, as there's plenty more still to come on today's show. Here's what's coming up on today's program. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. We have a Pick 6 carryover. How excited are you about that, Sarah?
Very, very excited.
We'll talk a little bit more about it in a moment. Fast and Firm in New York, the Grade 3 Lake George, as well as the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks. We'll also be showing races 5 and 6, the Matchmaker and Molly Pitcher from Monmouth. Fast and Firm down at the Jersey Shore. And do note we're on FS2 till 3 p.m. Then we switch to FS1, and then Big Fox for those graded stakes later on from 5 to 7 p.m. Turning our attention back to live racing today, we go on to race number 2, as this one has It Takes Heart as a heavy favorite, as it's a $16,000 claiming race going 6 furlongs on the main track. And It Takes Heart, Sarah, big drop in class.
And that's the theme that we see so frequently here in Saratoga, horses taking that big drop in class, because everyone wants to experience that winning feeling right here and have those wins mean a little bit more here at the spa. So it's not as much of a red flag as I might look at it at other tracks or in other circumstances, but it is always something worth considering if these horses are getting significant class relief, especially off a more disappointing performance.
Let's see if It Takes Heart can turn things around on the drop in class here in race 2. More on her and the rest of this field when we come back. And Kentucky Oaks and Kentucky Derby winning jockey Brian Hernandez will reflect back on where he's come from. It's been a long way since his first graded stakes victory. He'll sit down with Richie to give us a little insight on the journey.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Monmouth Park's main event is NYRA Haskell Day, Saturday, July 20th. Watch and wager as the country's top 3-year-olds converge on the Jersey Shore to enhance their championship credentials. Play our $500,000 guaranteed late pick 4 and $300,000 late pick 5 on a card that includes 6 stakes. First post 12 noon. It's all NYRA Haskell Day, Saturday, July 20th at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
We're back on Saratoga Live. Our coverage continues on FS2. Look at that shot. That's just beautiful. That just warms the soul, doesn't it?
It's such a nice day today. I mean, walking here at the summertime, it's not hot, not humid. The sunshine is out. There's no better place to be in the summer than Saratoga.
And we're kind of positioned on our set here in the backyard, getting a chance to see some of the fans gathered for today's races. As jockey Brian Hernandez is glad he made it, nearly didn't with the Microsoft outage and all the delayed flies yesterday. Kenny McPeak told me, don't worry, he would take a bicycle here if it meant getting to ride Torpedo Anna in the Coaching Club American Oaks. But he's here, he's on the grounds, as he has had, Rajiv, quite a year.
Brian had, winning the Kentucky Derby in any year by itself is just amazing. That's almost every jockey's dream. He did that and won the Kentucky Oaks as well on the same weekend. I mean, that alone, that's the whole year right there.
And he's had some pretty special moments since then, too. He sat down earlier with Richie Migliori to take us through where he's come from and where he is now.
You and I have some history. We dead heated in your first graded stakes win in the Indiana Derby. And I recognized then that you were a special talent, that you were going to have a really good career. Did you kind of ever expect that you would reach this pinnacle?
I mean, you always dreamed of it, but at the same time, I remember going back to that Indiana Derby and loading in the gates going, God, I get to ride against Richard Migliori. He's coming in from New York, and it's to go up there and dead heat in the Indiana Derby, it was a huge accomplishment. And at the same time, you work every day and you just try to find good horses. You hope to one day win Breeders' Cups and Kentucky Derbies and stuff like that, but at the same time, you need the right people behind you, and you need the right horses in your back pocket as well.
I like the way this is flip-flop now. You were excited about riding with me, and now I'm honored that I was the guy you dead heated with in your first graded stake, because I've been a fan. You're a rider's rider. Riders recognize who's talented and who works hard for it, and I recognize that with you right away.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, it goes back to watching guys like yourself and Prado, Bailey, Robbie, Calvin, all those guys. They studied and they knew the horses, and that's the biggest thing is if you want to be a smarter rider, and you got to know your horse, and you got to know what else is in the field around you. You can't just go out there and know what you have under you. You need to know what everybody else is on as well.
Jockey Brian Hernandez with a sensational year, winning the Oaks and Derby. Richie, and a terrific guy as well.
He is all class. He is a rider's rider, and when I say that, I mean riders know who the other good riders are. Somebody's success isn't always measured, or their ability shouldn't always be measured by the result. And now he's had an opportunity to, perform on the major stage and let everybody know what all jockeys that competed with him knew already. He is a special talent, and what goes even deeper for me, it's just what a professional he is. There's no drama. There's no histrionics. All he does is show up and do his job, and he does it so well, and he always makes it about the horse. To me, he's all class. He's a rider's rider, and I'm just glad that he's going to get the recognition that he has deserved for more than a few years now, guys.
Yeah, he's definitely put himself on a big stage, a champion apprentice jockey in 2004, and seeing the journey to where he has come to now. And as Rajiv said, just such a big year, winning 2 of the biggest races in our sport.
Yeah, I mean, a stellar career so far prior to even winning those 2 big races this year, the Derby and the Oaks. But Brian, this is what really how I envision him as a jockey. He is consistent. He's reliable. You know what you're going to get with him. And sometimes riding doesn't have to be rocket science. He doesn't overthink situations. And where he makes his best move is by saving ground. That's one of the things, the quintessential things that jockeys can do to make a difference in a race, saving ground. And he loves sticking to the rail. And that's how he steals races from others.
We saw it with Mystic Dan Ritchie, those rail skimming rides that Brian has become famous for.
Yeah, guys, it's interesting. I'm half joking, but I'm not. And Rajiv, you can call me out if you like. I knew he was going to be good when he dead heated with me in a stake. I mean, if you can be that good just to get a dead heat with me, you knew he had talent, right?
Anyone that can rub shoulders with the MIG, they have to be good because he lays it down. I remember when I just came to New York and I'm riding for the first time against MIG, man, I rolled up on him in a race. I thought I had him.
Not so much.
He went left-handed on me and re-rallied and and he gave me that smug little,
gotcha.
I'm the MIG. Gotcha.
Gotcha there. But Sarah, as I mentioned, Brian Hernandez is able to make it here to Saratoga today. And he's had such a rapport with Torpedo Anna, who, as we've seen, she can be a handful prior to her races as well.
She has been on occasion, and he's really had that rapport with Ken McPeak over time as well. They've had this connection and this combination that's been successful, and Ken McPeak really supporting him with a lot of his top horses over time. To see it pay off on the biggest possible stage in the sport, back-to-back days for both the 3-year-old fillies and 3-year-old males, he's going to be getting some calls from some other barns as well.
I'd like to add something about that with Brian that I see. When a horse acts up and stuff, sometimes jockeys can get irritated and frustrated. And he lose their cool. And Brian, he just keeps that composure. And I think that, transfers to the horse as well.
Yeah, they feed off your energy, that's for sure. Well, we'll get a chance to see Brian in action today on the card a little bit later on. We'll also recap yesterday's 3-year-old stakes race, perhaps the superstar in the making, Unmatched Wisdom, who took the Curlin and could be moving on to the next big one in the DraftKings Travers.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornick, headstrong in the early going. Mind frame is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mind frame on the outside is coming after Dornick. Dornick and an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mind frame. It will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Coma broke well on the outside. And
but you don't expect to get speed like this.
is Vacoma, the one to catch. Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside, Vacoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galibrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here.
Poppy Flower with the momentum.
We're back on Saratoga Live, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Race 2 coming up next at the spa as they make their way towards the track out of the paddock, and you have a heavy favorite in It Takes Heart at 9-5 in this claiming race. This one taking a significant drop in class. And Sarah, the question with these class droppers we often ask ourselves is it just a logical drop in class to try to get a win at Saratoga, or is it the barn saying it's time to move on?
And sometimes it's a matter of whether or not everybody's dropping in class. Is it really a drop?
Meeting the field, here's the remaining part of the entry, the 1A, self-isolation.
This one has a lot of early speed. We'll be trying to take them wire to wire.
We'll break towards the outside. Here's the one with the rail, the 2 Carbon.
As the longest shot in the field, I don't think she's totally impossible. A horse that is also dropping in class, cutting back in distance off a bit of a break too.
Here's the 3, My First Love, second last out.
It's at this second at this level last time out at Aqueduct, Belmont at Aqueduct. This one will benefit from a hot early pace up front.
Raining Chick, another one taking a big drop in class.
And adding blinkers today, we'll see if I can get her a little bit more forward as she is cutting back in distance as well.
Last win did come for the 16,000, and here's It Takes Heart, your heavy favorite.
A massive but necessary class drop after finishing 5th as a favorite for 50,000 claimers last time.
And the outside runner, Everly's Girl.
She may be facing some tougher horses based on the ones dropping in class, but she does have speed and is drawn well towards the outside.
That's the field for race 2. We want to remind everybody you can follow along, get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Be sure to visit naira.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances for all the races on today's show. We have a pick 4 pool kicking off here. But as we mentioned, this weekend is kind of all about the 3-year-olds. You have the Naira Bets Haskell later today. You have the Coaching Club American Oaks for the 3-year-old fillies. And yesterday we had the Curlin, where it was a competitive group, but a lot of eyes on the Chad Brown trainee, Unmatched Wisdom, to see if he could remain undefeated. He did so, Rajiv. What were your thoughts about this performance? A little bit more workmanlike than we've seen. Yeah,
well, his prior 2 races, he was going into this race undefeated, and he dominated those 2 races. Now he steps up to the stakes level, and I really wanted to see how much separation he would get from the field. He was the expected winner. I felt like he did his job, he worked hard, he won the race, but we're starting to get to see close to his ceiling.
Would you say, Sarah, as he got a 99 Beyer speed figure, a career best, the 98 on debut, would you say, though, that this was the first time he's really been pressed with a quality horse with the likes of Corporate Power?
I think that you could make that argument relative to his prior 2 races, but as far as going forwards, what we may or may not see from him in the Travers, that field versus the field he faced in that Curlin, he's going to be pressed significantly more. So the class test is going to just get harder for him, and we'll see if he can step up. He certainly has the numbers, at least for now, to back that up.
He stays undefeated, Unmatched Wisdom, taking yesterday's Curlin and putting his name into the ring as far as a major Travers contender in what's been a very good but very wide open 3-year-old crop.
Yeah, but using this race as a barometer of how we would fit against a Travers group like the ones we expect to see in the Travers, he still needs to take a significant step up against those kinds to be effective.
Back to today, there's the favorite, It Takes Heart for race 2. Sarah, you're sticking with the favorite here?
I am, and we talked about a little bit how trainer Cherie DeVoe has had a nice start to the Saratoga meet so far, with many of her horses showing up and running well. And another trainer that has done so with his starters is Rob Falcone Jr., where he's really had a lot of horses show up in spots where maybe they are taking that drop in class, but they're running how the public kind of expects them to. And this one is going to be a shorter price than any of his other starters have been so far this meet. This is the lowest level that she's faced, hypothetically, based on paper and what the conditions are for this race. But doesn't she just make a lot of sense as the horse that's likely to stalk what could be an okay pace?
Yeah, Rob has been very aggressive spotting his horses. So far, he won the first race of the meet. He wanted another drop down yesterday as well. I wanted to get a little creative in this race. I just don't trust two things about this race. I don't usually love big drop downs. That seems suspects, you know. And also, the two major contenders, the 1A and the number 5, they're both speedy horses. And I can see them getting into an early tussle. And I'm looking for a horse that could come from off the pace. And the best closer that I think that could be a sneaky long shot would be the number 2, Carbon, saving ground and making one run. So that's the one I'm going to pick at a big price.
16-1, a generous price, as we do see a rider off the number 6, Eric Cancel off the 6, Everly's Girl, as actually head starter checking things out there with the tack. Let's check in with Richie for an update.
Yeah, guys, the 6 horse is just getting a saddle adjustment. You know, Eric Cancel warming up. You feel like the saddle's not sitting right where you want it. You better fix it before they open the gates, because once they open the gates, there's nothing you could do about it. So nothing too bad going on, just fixing the saddle there. My top selection is going to be the 1A, Self-Isolation. She's one of several in here taking a precipitous drop in class, and she looks outstanding. And, you know, we've seen Ramon Vasquez now with 3 winners. He's gotten off the mark, particularly with David Jacobson. And I put a lot of stock in how horses look, more so in lower level races, horses dropping in for claiming tags. She can't look any better. She will be my top selection. The 4 reigning chick from the Peter Walder barn, adding blinkers, another one that just really looks outstanding. But Peter Walder's horses usually tend to look outstanding. The 5, It Takes Heart, another one of those big drop downs. Looks fantastic, makes a lot of sense. Again, I couldn't split hairs as far as how they look, although I do give a little bit of the nod to the 1A on looks. And then just to briefly talk about Rajiv's selection, a long shot, Carbon. You know, sometimes we look at how the horses warm up, how they look in the paddock, but in this particular instance, I will say that her rider, Romero Mirage, is the best looking Mirage jockey that I've seen yet.
Come on, Richie, I think it's time to go see your optometrist.
Well, Romero, you know, he started this, I have to say. You were on at Monmouth, and he pulled me aside when I was down in the paddock at Aqueduct, and he said, next time you're on air, tell Rajiv I'm the better looking cousin.
Yeah, my wife said she learned something. She'll never make this mistake again, calling a 4-year-old cute, because that's how he thought he was better looking than me, because Angie told him that he was cute as a 4-year-old.
You're blaming Angie.
Yes.
For giving him a big head.
For giving him a big head, yeah.
But he has been riding well. Rajiv, a quick note on Romero. He's aboard the number 2, Carbon, looking for that first Saratoga victory, but has been putting horses in the right place.
Oh, he's been really improving. We've spent a lot of time over the past 8 to 9 months just working on being more efficient. And, you know, Romero, for me personally, and this is not just because he's my cousin, but he has all the tools to be successful. He's hardworking, dedicated. He is so obsessed with being a jockey, and just he's all in.
He's on an 18-1 shot here. The favorite 6-5 in race 2 at the Spa for fillies and mares. We send it up to Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Acacia. Self-Isolation and Everly's Girl will be the last 2 to load. Here's Everly's Girl. They're in the gate. And they're off. Self-Isolation and Everly's Girl, both out quickly. It Takes Heart is up and on the pace too, along the inside. They're followed by My First Love in 4th. 3.5 lengths off the pace. Reigning Chick second to last, and 2 more. back to Carbon. They head toward the half-mile pole. And it is Self-Isolation leading the way, letting it out a notch and opening up 3/4 of a length. It Takes Heart, Everly's Girl right together, second and third. The opening quarter went in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Just in behind this group comes My First Love in the red silks, racing in fourth, 3 furlongs from the money. It's another 4 lengths back to the 2 trailers, Reigning Chick, and Carbon has trailed throughout. Approaching the quarter pole, Self-Isolation, It Takes Heart along the inside. It Takes Heart, Self-Isolation, turn for home. Just behind them, My First Love, as Everly's Girl loses ground, 45 and 4 for the half. And it's It Takes Heart leading by a length and a half. Self-Isolation coming back for more on the outside. These two come to the 16th pole, 1-2. It Takes Heart, a length to Self-Isolation, trying hard, but It Takes Heart is too strong. Winning by a length and a half. Self-Isolation second. Tight photo for third, very close between My First Love and Everly's Girl.
The favorite delivers It Takes Heart on the drop in class, coming up the rail late.
Yeah, Rob Falcone again with another winner dropping down, and we have to really take note of where he's spotting these horses. He's been doing a great job so far this meet. And like as expected, we thought that these 2 horses would hook up and make a spirited duel, which they did. They kind of never really came back to the field. No real change of positions. Something I think we should take note of going forward over the main track today.
And I think that Manny Franco was sort of waiting for the number 6 Everly's Girl to take that challenge on early with Self-Isolation, biding his time at the rail and wanting to keep his position, but not wanting to engage too much early on. With Self-Isolation, who was very game in defeat in this effort, tried to come back, but ultimately It Takes Heart got the right kind of trip on the class drop, was able to prevail over those 2.
Third win of the meet for trainer Rob Falcone, as Manny Franco aboard this one on that big drop in class, 6-5, 6-1A, 3. I'm sorry, 5-1A, 3-6, 6-5 winner in race number 2. It Takes Heart with the victory. And Rajiv, it's something we talk about a lot, and you can see it here nicely. The strength, just the physicality of Manny Franco.
Yeah, Manny, he sits really well in the saddle. He's very dynamic with his horse, and that technique of being able to go with rhythm with the horse and propel them forward. You can see in the arm movement flicking the horse forward, and it's almost like dancing. You know, you get that rhythm with your partner, and you know, sometimes that's when you can tell the mark of a true athletic jockey in their style.
Well, it's a perfect segue. Manny Franco, we'll learn a little bit more about him as he's Jonathan Kinchin's next victim to climb in the cart for Cart Talk. Manny Franco's story in this week's Cart Talk when we come back on Saratoga Live.
No trip to Saratoga Springs is complete without a visit to Sacred Spa and Wellness, a state-of-the-art med spa just minutes from downtown. Whether you're looking for luxury body treatments, infrared sauna, massage, yoga and Pilates classes, or more advanced health and wellness treatments like chiropractic, hydrofacials, body sculpting, laser genesis, laser hair removal, and microneedling, Sacred Spa and Wellness is the destination for relaxation and rejuvenation. For a full list of services and to book your visit, go to sacredspaandwellness.com today.
You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race 2 is official. Another class dropper and another one for trainer Rob Falcone. This one, the number 5, It Takes Heart, getting the victory.
And a nice ride by Manny Franco, who we're going to touch on a little bit more coming up, and really just being so patient towards the inside, saving that ground and able to overtake those 2 pace setters with a nice inside trip. The rail really opening up for him, and she just proved to be the best one in here.
And there's the correct price, is $4.60 winner. Rob Falcone's had a hot start to the meet. He's standing by with Richie.
Thanks, Casey. Yeah, Rob's barn is hitting on all cylinders. Rob, you dropped this filly down in class, but there were a few others dropping down in class. Were you surprised or concerned when you saw the other droppers?
Yeah, you always get a little bit concerned when you look at the form and you see, you know, other horses dropping in besides yours. But after you study the race a little bit, you know, and you get to know, you know, kind of other horses' tactics and, you know, things like that, it wasn't too concerning.
Now, you talk to your riders. I know you watch a lot of tape. You really pay attention. The 1A, self-isolation, a horse that tends to bear out. It looked like Manny kind of knew that and was sitting there waiting for him to drift out so he didn't abandon the rail. Is that something you guys talked about?
Yeah, we talked about that in the paddock before the race as well. He figured he wanted to break and go and get forward position and be up front. And, you know, one thing we talked about is if the 1A, you know, was faster than him, he could still keep his position there because that horse has a hard time staying, you know, on the inside more. If anything, like you said, he kind of has a tendency to get out a little bit. So with that in mind, you know, he rode a perfect race, you know, like he normally does, and, you know, it turned out to work out today.
I've gotten off to a good start. All your horses are running well, and we know how tough it is to win in this place, but you just had a winner's circle full of people. What's it like to train for, you know, these kind of partnerships and all these enthusiastic owners?
Oh, it's great. I mean, everyone's out here having a good time. So, you know, when you win, it makes it a lot more exciting. And when it's a big group of people and, you know, a good ownership group, you know, it's fun winning for people like that.
Great job. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Guys, hitting on all cylinders.
3 winners already here in the meet. It Takes Heart on the class drop with the victory, adding another one to the tally for Rob Falcone. And as you mentioned, Rajiv, a lot of it is about spotting your horses too, especially up here, the most competitive meet that we're going to have.
Yeah, everyone comes to Saratoga with one aim in mind, to win. And that's what makes these races so tough. And Rob, he knows where to spot him. That was a significant drop in class, but it was the right one because she marginally won.
Turn our attention now to race number 3. We're back on the turf. This one, a New York bred maiden special weight sprinting, going 5.5. And King Puck right now, Sarah, is the heavy favorite.
And deservedly so, horse to beat based on that last effort. And you know, at least with this one, that he can break from the inside, show good gate speed, and have that professionalism. And it was dominated forward that last race as he finished second to a horse with plenty of experience.
Manny Franco won race 2. He'll be aboard the number 2 Nano Man in this upcoming 3rd race, as Manny Franco, an athlete through and through. It's his turn this week after being so dominant here in the New York Racing Association. He's taking a big step forward onto the biggest stages of our sport. That does include the passenger seat in Jonathan Kinchin's Kart Talk.
Manny Franco, the LeBron James of the Jockey basketball game. Every time I go to the game, you're in there just hitting threes, getting to the rack, layups. Did you play basketball a lot when you were a kid?
Yeah, I used to play in, back home when I was a kid. Not in teams, just for fun at home.
I mean, I think it's clear you're definitely the best jockey in the room, right, in basketball? Nobody can beat you one-on-one, can they?
I don't think so.
Well, who do you model your game after?
Man, I love Steph Curry, so yeah, I think I'm just okay, just try to have fun.
Manny, you were an athlete before you decided to become a rider. Baseball is where you kind of started. What position did you play in baseball?
I used to play shortstop.
That checks out. Manny, every time you walk into the jocks room here at Saratoga, you walk by that picture that says leading jockeys, Angel Cordero, Johnny Velasquez, 2 Puerto Rican riders. Tell me what it's like, the pride you have as a Puerto Rican rider riding here at Saratoga.
Man, I'm super proud, man, because like you say, they from my country, Puerto Rico, and they open a lot of doors for us. They winning so much big races. Angel Cordero was my agent. I learned a lot from him. Even Johnny is a great rider also. Still here with us, competing with us, and just happy for Puerto Rico.
Speaking of Puerto Rico, there's been so many great riders, yourself, Irat, Jose, Johnny, that have come from there. Talk to us a little bit about what it's like at that jockey school in Puerto Rico.
You have to be there in school 2 years, learning everything about horses. All the stuff over there, they are so good. They used to be riders. It's a big advantage that we have back home.
Man, you started riding in 2013. You had $4 million in earnings that year. 2023, you had 17 million earnings. Through that 10-year journey, you had a pretty special horse. Talk a little bit about Tiz the Law and what he meant to your career.
He stepped on my career big time. I mean, that's the horse that any rider need.
But it is Tiz the Law is going to win New York's Belmont Stakes.
He's my big horse. I still get goosebumps when I talk about him, and just hopefully I can get another Tiz the Law sooner.
One of the things I've noticed about you is how important family is to you. Tell me what family means to you in terms of this sport, and why it's important for you to always kind of have them around.
To have the opportunity having them with me, my daughter changed everything. And having my dad here in the jocks room is unbelievable. He's there with me day in and day out, even at home. So I had the best partner in my size.
All right, this is the most important one. If I can find someone to give me odds that I can bet that you're going to win the MVP for the 2024 Jockey Trainer Basketball game, do you think it's a safe bet for me to make?
Oh yeah, definitely. So, go all in. I'm gonna win. So trainers, be prepared.
Cart Talk is brought to you as always by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. Love getting a chance to learn a little bit more about Manny Franco, as I touched on the jockey versus horseman basketball game that's put on by the New York Racetrack Chaplaincy coming up on August 1st. And I understand you're going to be involved.
Yeah, I will be one of the announcers for the game.
You're not doing dunk shots?
Yeah, I don't want to get dunked on, and I don't want to have to defend Manny. He's too much of a basketball player for me. But yeah, it's for a great cause, the New York Chaplaincy, and it's an event that when I was riding, we really look forward to every year.
A lot of fun. And for Manny Franco, Sarah, we've seen him winning quite a few riding titles here in New York. 12 NYRA riding titles. I feel like a lot of the country got a chance to see him on display with Tiz the Law, but those of us following New York racing know how good he is day in and day out.
And we always sort of knew what sort of aggressive rides he would bring to the table, riding a lot for trainer Chad Brown prior to having that big horse, as he said, Tiz the Law. But especially in a year that was so uncertain for so many, to have something to look forward to like that and really have that horse propel you forwards. It was a big year for him with that one, Tiz the Law, of course, winning the Travers as well.
Tiz the Law during COVID, and it was a shame that we were not able to have all of the fans here on the track, but for many reasons, it was actually kind of a good thing because there was a lot of excitement, a lot of special racing to watch for everybody at home with a horse like that on display.
Yeah, we were very fortunate to be able to have horse racing in general during the lockdown because there's many sports that were shut out and everything. And I think it gave us a lot more connection. There was not much to do, really.
That's right.
And then we were so privileged for being horse racing people to be able to watch races like that during that time.
Manny Franco this afternoon in the Coaching Club American Oaks going to be aboard Candied. He's had an opportunity to work her, and they'll try to upset the big girl, Torpedo Anna.
She'll give it a real try. I mean, she is one of those horses that had a career best performance last time, a horse that was that precocious juvenile type. We'll see what sort of a setup or trip she gets in this short, compact field, as she is one that likes to come from off of it a little bit.
There's Manny's mount, though, in race 3, Nano Man, as he will try to build off that second place finish last time out and find the winner's circle today. We'll talk a bit more about race 3 after this on Saratoga Live.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
War of Will, that's a photo for the win.
3 down, 9 minute, 4 down, 9 minute, 4 down, 400 pounds in the back. Thank you.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm. Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing. I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
We're back on Saratoga live on this absolutely glorious Saturday afternoon, as you can see by that shot. Getting ready for the Coaching Club American Oaks a little bit later on, and the fans are ready, lined up along the rail, and here in the backyard where our set is, looks pretty poppin' over there.
Yeah, it's a very enlightened crowd. There's a lot of activity going on, and it keeps getting thicker and thicker. You know, more people coming in.
I love coming in the morning and seeing all those reserved picnic tables, people really scouting out their spots ahead of time and making sure that they have some of the best views they possibly can, and really looking forward to the rest of today's card.
There are some pretty impressive setups back here as well at the picnic tables. But there is King Puck, second-time starter here in this third race. For more, let's get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, Keisha, King Puck could not look any better. You know, the first thing I'm looking for when you see a big favorite is, you know, some sort of weakness, something that would maybe lead me away from him. That's not the case with King Puck. He's extremely well turned out. He looks like he handled his first race fine. A lot of times horse runs first time, the next time they come over, they were a little more in tune to what's going to take place, and they might get a little worked up. He looks like a very classy individual, seems like he got a good mind on him. He's checking the boxes, and his first race was excellent. There is some speed in here. He's got post one, so, you know, it'll be interesting to see what Joel Rosario ultimately decides to do. The 2 Nano Man comes out of a big effort, but that was for maiden claiming over at the Belmont at Big A meeting, but he looks fantastic. Now, I will say he is a very small individual. On the tiny side, actually. I think he might be 15 hands. But it's not about their size, it's about their balance, and he's a very well-balanced individual, and their heart. And last time he showed a lot of determination. I was talking with his conditioner, John Kimball, and he says he is just doing outstanding. And then the 4, he has it all, who's run some really good races on the dirt, was well-beaten second last 2 starts. He's making a really nice impression. His turf work was excellent, and looking at him from a physical perspective, I do think he's going to take to the turf. He's got that wider, flatter foot, those longer, slacker pasterns that we talk about. And he's a horse that also, you know, when he trained early on in his career, yeah, he might get a little too worked up, gets a little too hot. He has settled in nicely for his racing, and I do think he's going to take to the turf, guys, and he has some good races on the dirt. So it'll be interesting to see if he takes to it as well as I believe he will.
Katie Davis will be aboard. He has it all for the turf debut. Richie, thank you, as this is a horse, Rajiv, who has pedigree for the turf as well.
Oh yeah, the pedigree is his mare is a 2-time winner on grass, and he has a sibling that's a grass winner. So we're expecting that he will transition to the grass effectively, and this is why he's my top pick. His races on the dirt has been really good, and I love this this transition from dirt to turf after having 5 starts on the dirt.
There is your favorite, though, Sarah, 8-5 on the board right now. We'll take a look at his first race where he did show speed and finished second, as you said, to a more experienced foe.
And this was just a professional effort. The 2 best horses in the race really dominated on the front end. He has that inside position here, so you at least know that he can still run his race towards the inside of another horse. And Launch Control, who defeats him this day, had so much more experience coming into that race, and he ran well to finish second. The 3rd place finisher of this race, New York Scrappy, came back and didn't do quite as well, but he was switching over to the dirt, and he just seems like a horse that's better intended for the turf. I don't want to hold that against him whatsoever, but he's got some speed to his outside, and maybe overall we could be looking at a tougher field.
Let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm pleased to be joined by Matt Cotter with the managing partner of Adelphi Racing. And you've got He Has It All, who's run some good races on the dirt, trained well on the dirt. Looks like he trained extremely well on the turf.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a little bit of second-itis for us on the dirt. His dam was a pretty good turf horse, so we've always thought about maybe trying him on the turf. Made sense that we could work him up here and see how he did over it. He was kind of effortless over it. Good, nice, he strided out well. Looked good, a little bit green, so hopefully we got the greenness out of the way with the work, and when he walks on the lawn today, hopefully he'll just fire his race.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at him from a physical perspective, it looks like he would take to the turf the way he's built.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of always thought he could be a turf horse. He's just run so good on the dirt, it's hard to stop. He's run into some tough horses, Vetriano and a few others. So this was, first opportunity to get him in on the turf here. I think also the 5.5 maybe helps him. So those 2 things combined, we'll give it a go here, and hopefully we can turn a second into a first.
Well, Matt, looking to make a good week even better. Nice win on Monday, the New York Derby with Panda Gate. That had to be pretty exciting.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I mean, all credit to Christoph on that. I mean, the horse, came back from Dubai, had a couple of hiccups, and, he was able to get him into the race in good shape and, beat a nice horse in Doc Sullivan. And we all had a fun time going to Finger Lakes for that. So it was worth the 6 hours there back kind of thing. And he's just a neat horse. He tried really hard in that race, and I'm excited. Hopefully he'll come back good and train well into the Albany.
Well, good luck here, continued success, and it looks like a nice, enthusiastic group again out here, guys. It's fun when you go racing, but particularly with people that enjoy it as much as you.
Isn't that the truth, Richie? We had a lot of fun in the party bus there and back to Finger Lakes. I gotta tell you, that's the way to travel to
I'm
Finger
so
Lakes.
disappointed I was not invited on that trip.
You'll be invited on the next one, I promise.
You have to buy into Adelphi.
We were packed. There you go, Sarah with the ad. We were packed into that bus, too. Obviously, it's a lot more fun when you win, though, as well. Call to post.
Easy drive back.
That's right. Call to post for race number 3. Adelphi represented by the number 4. He Has It All, getting to the turf for the first time. Let's meet the field, though, guys, starting off with the 1, King Puck.
A very good run in his debut, finishing second after chasing a fast runaway winner, Launch Control.
3-2 right now with Joao Rosario aboard. Next will be the 2 Nano Man. As Richie touched on, he's well named for his size, Sarah.
And I remember his 2-year-old debut, how there was commentary of him being small then comparison to the 2-year-olds. He must seem much smaller now comparison to the 3-year-olds, but he's got some speed.
Yeah, he never really grew a lot at all. There's Fratellino, big price on the board.
Switching back to state-bred competition after running against Open Company in his last 2 races at Delaware Park.
Here's He's Had It All, turf debut.
My top selection here, trying this surface for the first time. Pedigree suggests he'll be able to handle it and was wide against a rail bias last time out on the dirt.
5-2 right now. Clancy Fancy also making his turf debut.
Not quite as much turf pedigree to suggest this one is going to perk up, but was also wide against that same rail bias last time.
Linkers coming off as well. There's the 7 Mazet.
Has not lived up to expectations, coming from a very productive family. The mirror way smart. I rode her at 1 races, and her mother, Smart Engagement, I rode for the Bonds as well. Was 2 really good horses. So
9-1 on that one. And here's the 8 Out of Waterbury.
He's not impossible. A horse that's a little underexposed. Turf sprinting has only had 2 opportunities to do so and ran okay in that last start.
You can get the inside track on handicapping with Naira Bet's track stats. For example, do you want to know how many winners are closing from the back at Saratoga? Then Track Stats has the answer. For more stats on tracks across the country, visit nairabets.com today. Take a look at the number 4. He Has It All. Sarah, you mentioned your top pick. Let's Let's hear it.
The pedigree, as we've talked about, suggests that this one will be able to handle this surface switch. And while the dam has won on the grass, she's also stakes placed as a turf sprinter. And the quick turf workout that Richie was mentioning for this one really seeming to take to that surface, having tried it. And this is a race where 2 starts ago, he ran a big number on the dirt, finishing second to Vetriano, who seems like a very exciting prospect going forwards. And any sort of replication of this race transferred over to the turf, it's going to make him a contender coming in. I get that maybe some might be hesitant to take him as he's going to be bet off of that good dirt form, but it's not as though there's a ton going on in terms of big turf move-up pedigrees outside of him, or horses that have really proven themselves on this surface as of yet. So as a second choice, I don't mind him at all making this change over to the grass.
Has shown that he does prefer to sprint, has the pedigree to say that he should appreciate a surface switch to the grass today, as Manny Franco will be aboard the number 2 Nano Man. We learned a little bit more about his story in Cart Talk. He's looking for back-to-back victories, and he was aboard this horse last time out, though for 40,000, Rajiv. But the fact that he has gotten acquainted, do you always feel like it's a positive when you've had the opportunity to ride a horse before?
It definitely doesn't hurt, and there's only upside to it once you've ridden a horse for the first time, because you might learn little nuances or just little micro things that can make a big difference in the race. Because let's face it, most horse races, especially turf races, are separated by narrow margins. So the more acquainted you can get with a horse, and just that extra factor of improvement with that horse, it only can benefit you.
Taking a look at Manny's mounts today, and you can see on that board, Sarah, by the morning line odds, he's on some very live horses this afternoon. Should be noted too, a lot of jockeys went to Monmouth for Naira Betts Haskell Day over there, so guys like Manny Franco are going to take full advantage of that.
And a rider that would be getting plenty of opportunities regardless, we all know that. But really, when those riders are out of town, they're riding some of the bigger name horses on a day that's going to mean a lot as far as divisional titles going forward. Manny Franco's right there to be one of the jockeys that you know is consistent, that you know is going to give you that good effort coming into today's races. And it doesn't seem as though he's really the underappreciated jockey he once was. I think that he was once on a lot of very live long shots for trainer Chad Brown and really overlooked as being the non-go-to rider for him. But now he is one of the mainstays of that stable, as well as many other stables.
And there's a good visual to see just how tiny Nano Man is
like
in
pony.
comparison to the lead pony. Yes, there's not much of him, as he'll see if he can turn things around. They're at 5-1. Nano Man, a little bit of a price right now, third choice on the board at the moment. Any other thoughts, Rajiv, as far as the favorite? Do you feel like it's an opportunity to try to go against him, or a horse that you feel you must include?
Well, what I think is very interesting in how the race is going to shape up, because the 2 main contenders, the number 1 King Puck and the number 4 He Has It All, they both seem loaded with speed, and neither jockey cannot give an advantage to the other one. Joel is on the inside, and I think he has to maintain and secure that rail. He cannot give Katie Davis on He Has It All the chance to clear over in front of him and take the rail away from him. And there's a chance that these horses get into a really spirited duel. Now, at some point, if that happens, they're going to give in. I'm trying to see if there's any horse that could capitalize on that, and I couldn't quite see a horse other than the number 7 Mazet as a sneaky horse that could probably come running if there was a complete pace meltdown.
See how it plays out, but for more on your favorite, let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, guys, once again, getting back to your favorite, the 1 King Puck. You look at horses making their second start, and you're looking for them to be a little worked up, a little bit maybe overwhelmed. That's not the case with this guy. He comes from a good family. You know, he's had siblings that have had nice careers, and he just looks like a total professional. I can't knock him. I'm not picking him at 4-5, especially with post 1. I am picking the 4. He Has It All. And full disclosure, guys, I do a lot of eavesdropping in the paddock, and it sounded to me like the instructions on the 4 He Has It All was to get her position just off the hip of the favorite King Puck and take it from there. So I don't know that they're going to full out engage. That's the advantage, if you will, of being in the paddock. I've got big ears to begin with, and I just kind of lean in and try to listen and glean a little bit of information and what the instructions might be. But I do think that he has it all. Looks like a turf horse, has run some good races, and he does have 3 seconds from 5 starts. And a lot of times when we see a horse piling up seconds, we start thinking, well, maybe they don't want to win. That's not the case here. He was second, beaten nearly 9 lengths, second, beaten nearly, just over 5 lengths, and then another race, second, beaten 9 lengths. It wasn't as though he got in stretch duels and hung on a horse. He just hasn't been as good as the ones beating him. I don't think the seconds are a concern, and I do think he's going to take to the turf.
Richie, thank you. As there's a lot of weight on He Has It All. You're all going with the first-time turfer.
Yeah, I picked him up. My strategic perspective on this race is I don't love those instructions, and here's the reason why. I look at this race, and I think it's really a 2-horse race because there's no real closer that I'm afraid of. And I wouldn't want to give... I would want to make it as hard as possible on King Puck if I was on the number 4. He Has It All. And just sitting off of him and giving him the lead, I don't think that's making it hard on him. I would be wanting to throw the gauntlet at him at some point in the race, and especially early on.
What is the number 2 Nano Man going to do, the horse that has shown speed on this turf course as a 2-year-old? I don't think Manny's going to just take him back, and I think that his best weapon would be to be forward, and I think that if that happens, then Katie is making the right choice to sit just off of those 2.
Interesting as far as the pace dynamics. We'll see how it plays out. New York breds in the spotlight in this upcoming 3rd race at Saratoga. Frank Miramati standing by.
Clancy Fancy will be the next one. Mozzie second to last. And out of Waterbury to complete the line. Out of Waterbury coming up. Goes in. And they're off. Very fast start for Nano Man, who's hustled and responds with early speed. He Has It All, matches strides through that opening furlong. Those two are stride for stride with Clancy Fancy just 3/4 back in 3rd. King Puck is 4th. Mozzie racing in 5th, 5 lengths off the lead. The 2 trailers are Fratellino and Otto Waterbury at the back of the field. Into the far turn, He Has It All is quicker, and He Has It All asserts himself and leads the way. Clancy Fancy is in 2nd. The opening quarter went in 21 and 4/5 seconds. Nano Man is now 3 behind in 3rd. King Puck racing next. Mozzie followed by Fratellino and Otto Waterbury at the back of the field. He Has It All turns for home in front. Challenged by Clancy Fancy. They arrive at the 8th pole together, and Nano Man is coming back for more through a half in 44 and 2. Here's Nano Man. Nano Man emerges with the lead. King Puck with a belated rally. Another for Manny Franco. It's Nano Man, a decisive winner. King Puck up for 2nd. Clancy Fancy, and He Has It All.
Nano Man with the victory. Manny Franco gets back-to-back wins on this Saturday, and a little bit of different tactics than what we were led to believe before the race.
Yeah, the race didn't shape up as I thought it would, or I expected it would. But the little guy with the big heart, Nano Man, you love to see it. Look at how he's trying hard. And Manny tips him out here, and he just picks his head up and asserts himself against his foes.
What I love about this horse and this ride is really that Manny Franco had him forward early to have that inside position, save ground, but then realized that a couple other horses wanted to be forward and didn't get stressed about it. He took him back a little bit, able to save enough horse to make that second move in this race, and it was the winning one.
King Puck, the favorite, further off the pace than anticipated. And as I had kind of remarked to you, Rajiv, Joel Rosario, not an all-out send rider, and took him back, maybe taking away some of that natural speed?
Yeah, and in these 5.5 furlong sprint races in these quick tracks, you're at a distinct disadvantage if you're not somewhat within range early. But Joel, he did what he thought was right, and he just ended up coming up late.
Nano Man also got the jump on him too, Sarah. When you're trying to close in these short sprints, as Rajiv was mentioning, often it does come down to the trip and who kind of gets there first.
He got started ahead of him. He had that forward position early on, and looking at how the pace ended up shaping up in this race, with He Has It All finishing 4th, I think Clancy Fancy was a horse that no one really expected to be a part of that pace conversation. Joel adapted to what he thought was necessary. He got second. He was just second best.
2-1-6-4, first-time turfer Clancy Fancy checking in 3rd. The other one debuting on turf, He Has It All, into 4th after setting the pace. 6-1 winner Manny Franco gets back-to-back victories on this Saturday card. It's a big day over at Monmouth Park this afternoon on the Jersey Shore. We'll be bringing you a couple of the big races there. The Matchmaker Grade 3 event coming up next, going 1 1/8 on the turf. Horses in the paddock. Stay tuned for that after this.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Phasing Tipton New York bred yearlings, showcasing New York's finest yearlings. Recent grads include Grade 1 winner Therapist and Graded Stakes winner Mo Plex. Plus 2023 New York bred champions Kara's Time, Dr. Ardito, Silver Skillet, and the Wine Steward. This year, over $65 million will be distributed in purse money, incentives, and awards for New York breds. Phasing Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 11th and 12th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
We're back on Saratoga Live as horses are on the track for the 5th race at Monmouth Park. It is the Grade 3 Matchmaker, Delahaye, that horse right there. Currently the heavy favorite, coming off a win at Churchill in the Mint Julep.
Yeah, this Grade 3 winner is 4 for 6 lifetime and the expected favorite in this race.
6-5 right now. There's the number 2, Papilio, another one coming in off a win. This one from Mark Cassidy.
This is one of those horses that seemed to always find herself in a troubled trip. Finally able to get the win last time. Plenty of backlash.
Here is an intriguing runner for Will Walden, Olivia Maralda. Scratched when it came off the turf here the other day.
A half a length short of being a Grade 1 winner, finishing 2nd last time in the Gamely. This filly started off the layoff after coming over to America.
She's a big price. There's the 4, surprisingly went by. Here's the 5, Mama June.
Mama June, 2nd last time out in the Eatontown Stakes after winning her prior 2 races.
Sacred Wish, also out of the Eatontown.
We've seen her have success on dirt and turf, a horse that can be forward.
And another for Chad Brown, Boutique.
The only Grade 1 winner in this race. She captured the Jenny Wiley in April at Keeneland. Last time got in some trouble in the first turn and didn't run her A race.
Back over at Saratoga in race 3, it's a little rolling double for Manny Franco. He brings Nano Man to the winner's circle.
Manny Franco put this one in a perfect position just off the pace that he had broken well, and he acknowledged that it was a pretty contested pace, safe ground. This is the picturesque turf ride that you want to see, the perfect setup, sitting in the pocket, angling out, and Nano Man just grinding away once he got to the clear, got first jump on the closer, who was the heavy favorite, and pulls off a pretty mild upset.
Yeah, he was very spectacular in this race, coming off of that maiden claiming effort where he was second. And I think this ride just really speaks to a lot of the success that Manny Franco has had as of late and how he's really developed in his way of thinking, because he went to an opposite plan of what may have been plan A. And I think really having that wherewithal to adapt to whatever is happening in the race as it's unfolding, I'm sure you can attest to that being something that you got to do when you're out there on the racetrack.
Being able to call audibles on the fly and in quick time, it's really what marks the true good jockeys, being able to make the right adjustments when necessary. And Manny has become very confident in his decisions, and that makes it easier. When you're not second guessing yourself, you can see he's very smooth at what he's doing.
At Monmouth Park, horses warming up for today's Grade 3 matchmaker. Delahaye is 7-5. I know that she was a graded stakes winner last time, but Sarah, do you think that she lays over this field that much?
No, I don't. And I think a little bit might be some Flavien Prat money, because this is a race where you can make a case for a lot of the other contenders in here. Several of them have attempted or won graded stakes themselves. And even Olivia Maralda really being overlooked in the wagering, a horse that was so successful in Europe, just came up short to Anisette, who is a very talented West Coast turf runner. And looking at the company that she kept overseas, Tahira, Maj, Meditate, I mean, there is no way to me that Delahaye is a horse that I want to bet at a very short price in here. And I know that sometimes those odds can change last minute at Monmouth Park, but everybody else right now, a very enticing price.
I guess one question with Olivia Maralda might be the distance, as over in Europe, the majority of her races were 7 furlongs to a mile, but she showed last time in the Grade 1 Gamely that she could handle the 9 furlongs, finishing second, as you mentioned, to the talented Anisette. A generous price on the board. As Rajiv, the number 7 Boutique, as you mentioned, she is a Grade 1 winner. She was able to kind of get loose and get comfortable in the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley. What do you anticipate her doing in this group here?
I would expect that they would use her speed. She has a natural speed, tactical speed. They won't take away anything that comes easy from her. And you can't go wrong getting Frankie Dettori, international superstar jockey, in the saddle. And I do agree with what you're saying, Sarah. This race, every horse has the credential to win this race. And there's no winner. Whoever wins this race, it wouldn't be a surprise to anyone. So it's so hard to take such a short price like you're getting on the number 1 Delahaye. And I'm very intrigued to see how Surprisingly runs, because Surprisingly is the workmate of Mindframe. And who will be in today's Haskell. We'll see them work together last week, and Surprisingly was doing really well in that workout as well. Just so many different ways to go than to just say, I'm just going to stick in on the favorite. And that's the reason I'm picking Surprisingly.
I'm glad you brought her up. Of course, as you mentioned, the workmate recently of Mindframe, but she too, Sarah, is intriguing coming out of Grade 1 company, and she's cutting back in distance. I know that lately they've been trying to get her to go longer, but maybe a little bit less ground might actually serve her well.
It might, and she has that back class like many of the other horses in this field that she can go back to, having that success at Gulfstream in the past, at Monmouth in the past as well. I know that she didn't run quite as well as many would have expected perhaps in that New York, but it's not as though she dropped immensely from a figure standpoint, and we've seen that race come back with Warlike Goddess coming back to win. We all know who she is and how talented she is. Didia coming back to run well, and Nisimir getting a wide trip in her next start. So I think there is a lot going on in this race outside of your current 7-5 favorite.
Don't forget you can play all of the action by joining Naira Bets today, and you can earn up to a $250 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code SPA250 and earn up to a $250 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget to join now at nairabets.com for your $250 deposit match. Well, let's talk about the favorite a bit in the one, Delahaye. She's a horse who does have some tactical speed. She's shown some versatility, can come from off of it. She's wired the field down at Gulfstream. This will be her first time going the mile and an eighth, though, as well. So she's actually stretching out a touch, Rajiv.
Yeah, what she has going for her really well is that she has that inside post, that coveted inside position, and her jockey, Flavien Prat. We talked about this many times. He is one of the best at playing the race as it comes. He doesn't give up anything that comes easy. He likes to get his horse, bounce out there, and let the horse place themselves. And I think he'll be a great fit, like a glove for Delahaye. This is his first time riding her, but I expect that he's going to let her bounce out of the rail, secure that inside post, and force his rivals a bit wide. And that's a big advantage in a race like this.
It seems like he fits just about every horse.
Yeah, he's adaptable. He's
one of
those jockeys that is just good at everything.
Sarah, where would you land in this race?
I want to give Papilio another opportunity at that big of a price, and just really seeing that big of a price on her. I wonder what price we're ultimately going to get when those gates do open, but she has the back class, she has the consistency, and we've seen Mark Casse really come to play here at Saratoga. He does well at Monmouth as well.
Nearly 20-1 on Papilio, the favorite. Delahaye as they load in for the Grade 3 matchmaker. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman live at Monmouth.
We're ready to go. And they're off in the WinStar Matchmaker Stakes. Papilio got squeezed coming out of there and drops to the back of the pack. Sacred Wish, offensive-minded. Boutecache takes the second position coming out of the chute. Sacred Wish, Boutecache side by side. Now Boutecache clears off. Sacred Wish on a hold. She will track the pace coming out of the chute from second. Surprisingly third with Delahaye to the inside. Maman June in the fifth position just ahead of Olivia Meralda and Papilio after the bad beginning is last. 6 lengths off the leader. Boutecache, Frankie Dettori carving out the fractions. Enters the clubhouse turn, a length and a half in front. Sacred Wish placed well today by Luis Saez second. Surprisingly a clear third now. Then comes Delahaye. She's with her stablemate, Maman June. And Papilio getting closer at the back with Olivia Meralda. Still 6 or 7 from tip to tail as they head down the backstretch. Boutecache with an easy time of it. Moving at a nice slow gallop here. Boutecache, the leader, a length and a tail. Sacred Wish right behind her. Then Delahaye, even with surprisingly now. Papilio finds herself between horses. Olivia Meralda down at the rail. And Maman June shuffled to the back with that party as they approach the fourth turn. Boutecache, Sacred Wish, 3/4 of a length behind. Here comes the sprint for home. Boutecache, the leader here by about a half length. Sacred Wish is turning up the stakes, and they kick to a 2-length advantage. Delahaye patiently ridden in third with surprisingly Maman June trying to rally on the far outside, turning for home. Boutecache, Sacred Wish, they're going at it. Delahaye, the race, Sacred Wish.
We apologize for the technical issues with the Grade 3 matchmaker. We're not really sure who won either.
A wild mystery.
It's one of life's great mysteries, and we are told it is the 7 Boutecache, who a horse that 7-6 was the final order of finish, still unofficial, but a horse, as you mentioned, Rajiv, she's a Grade 1 winner.
I was enjoying the suspense of that race, you know, to kind of know what's happening. So yeah, this one just kind of stole it on the front end. It was such a slow pace.
Well, that's it for us. Very fun getting a chance to start the day off with both of you, but stay tuned. There is a lot more to come, including the Coaching Club American Oaks a little bit later on today. Will Torpedo Anna add another big one to her resume?
And they're in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornick, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornick. Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mindframe. It will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Saratoga.
Welcome to the premier meet in the country with one of the most prestigious events for 3-year-old fillies in the game on the line. Kentucky Oaks winner Torpedo Anna, no question, is the queen of the division. Today she'll try and add a 3rd straight Grade 1 win. Only one filly has ever finished in front of her. That's Intricate in her lone graded stakes win as a 2-year-old. They'll meet again for the first time since that upset score. Champion trainer Chad Brown has owned the Lake George. Today he'll vie for a 6th straight win, led by Oversubscribed. She announced her arrival with a dominant win in her stakes debut in the Wild Applause. It's all next on this Saturday edition of Saratoga Live. Good to have you with us on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon here in upstate New York. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, there it is, that historic grandstand opened back in 1863, and this crowd is going to pack the house this afternoon for a very big Saturday, and one of the true stars in our sport getting ready to line up once again. The Kentucky Oaks, the Acorn. Now can she win a 3rd straight Grade 1? We will find out in just a little bit. Hello, everyone. I'm Greg Wolf. Great to have you with us on this very special Saturday. There are 2 of the most prestigious events in this game for 3-year-old fillies that happen right here at Saratoga. Win either one of them, and you are in the hunt for a championship. The Alabama later in August, and today's coaching club, American Oaks, where Torpedo Anna, the most dominant horse in any division in the sport right now, will try and make it 3 consecutive Grade 1 wins, and with a win could likely cement a championship already with this performance here. She's the 1-2 favorite. She'll just face 3 rivals in here with the scratch, a long shot, Barbara Tina. But one of those rivals, as we mentioned in the open, is the only filly who's beat her, and another of those rivals is Candied. Grade 1 winner is a 2-year-old, is coming off the best performance of her career. With me, 4-time Major League All-Star Paula Duca. Good to see you, Paulie.
You too.
She is an absolute superstar, and she's so consistent. She's done it against this competition very easily.
Yeah, and the thing about Torpedo Anna is that she's just naturally fast, right? We talk about cruising speed a lot. Like, a lot of people will say that. She's got a high cruising speed, and it seems like nothing really bothers her. You know, the one time she was a little bit bothered in the Honeybee, she went by a pole. She just wins with her I think the other part about it too, Greg, not only her speed, her quickness out of the gate. She's sharp out of the gate. She's very professional. Now she does run into a real filly today, into Candied, but she's put every other filly kind of in her rear view mirror, and we'll see what happens today.
She's been special. No one has been able to touch her, certainly this year. The only time she did get beat, that was by Intrigate. She broke poorly out of the gate. It was the second start of her career. Third start, excuse me, and yeah, ever since that, she's just gotten better and better and better every time out. We just see her seemingly take new steps forward.
Yeah, and if you look at her numbers, like I always say, whatever metric you're using, she's one of the top 3-year-olds, fillies or males. And now, the debate is whether Kenny McPeak wants to take on the males a little later in the year, maybe in the Travers. Does he want to wait till next year? I don't know. If she has a monster year, she might be in the breeding shed by next year. You just never know what's going to happen. So I think if she does take on the boys with in the Travers, it might be her last go-around, and they might already have a deal going on here. You just never know.
Seeming unlikely that Mystic Dan, going back to Kentucky, is going to go to that race. That sort of opened the door for her to tackle the boys later in August. There's the flower blanket being put together for today's Grade 1. That Coaching Club American Oaks, you'll see it live on Big Fox, part of that Saratoga Saturday coverage, 5 to 7 Eastern time, with one of the biggest prizes there is in the game for 3-year-old fillies to come later on. Let's get back to the more immediate action. This fourth race starts a middle pick 4 on the card. Pauly New York Breds, first allowance condition, 6-furlong sprint, and the board tells you that this is a very wide open race.
Yeah, 5, 6, 7 scratched out of this race, made it a very compact field.
Here's Silver Satin to kick things off. Jorge Abreu, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Been the favorite in all 4 of her starts, or all 4 of his starts, excuse me.
Yo, Banana Boy finally just put it all together, career start number 6.
I would say blinkers, but he had worn blinkers before. But, man, he exploded last time. We'll see if he can repeat it.
That's a huge step forward. Here's the favorite, Boss Tweed for Gary Contessa.
Probably the speed of the speed. This horse has shown some good giddy up, and that's why he's the favorite.
Back-to-back wins for that horse as well. On the hill, Joel Rosario at 5-2.
I kind of like this horse. If the 1, 2, and 3 go, the 4's got a back number here at Saratoga. The Bond Barn usually runs a little bit better. I think this is the horse to bet.
And cut back in distance for Bad Larry on the outside. Dylan Davis, pretty hot start to the meet.
Yeah, Dylan having a good start to the meet. You're right. 3 for 16 lifetime. Does have 2 third-place finishes here at Saratoga.
Pick 4 pool approaching $100,000 here. Races 4 through 7. You could play this pick 4. Carry over today in the pick 6 of over $150,000. Yes. All of that you can play through Naira Bet. Spot 250. That code to punch in for new members at sign up to get that $250 deposit match bonus at sign up. There again, right there where you head to take advantage. NairaBets.com. Play with us all summer long and beyond here at Saratoga in this competitive 6-furlong sprint here to kick things off on our coverage with you and I jumping on board here as we look back at On the Hill. Rosario for the Jimmy Bond Barn, and a 5-year-old, another multiple winner in this field, like the 3, and a horse who just missed last time out.
Yeah, sort of. Kendrick pushed this horse forward, and he kind of hit the lead at the front, and then he's going to, you see Kendrick trying to get him to switch leads now, and he's going to put the horse away in front of him, but he's just not able to put away the horse that's kind of chasing, right? So I thought it was a good effort because he starts fighting here back. I don't know if the 5 looked like he was kind of trying to savage them for a little bit for a second, but I thought that was a good effort. And his race before that, he's had gait issues. And I think in a 5-horse field, that helps him, So even if he does not break well, I think 1, 2, and 3 can cut out the pace.
It'll be the 3rd off the bench for him as a 5-year-old. Sometimes that's the best in the form cycle for a horse that seems to be coming around. No one is coming around more than this horse right now. Yeah. He had blinkers on before, took them off, puts them back on, and just by leaps and bounds, he became a different horse last start.
Well, his first start, he ran phenomenal. He lost by a neck. They put this horse into a Breeders' Futurity, $161,000 race. And then he stumbled at the start. Then his next race off the layoff, probably needed it. And then at Keeneland, just out of probably, just better horses. And now he goes back into New York Breds, and then boom, throws up an 84 buyer.
And he did it on the front end, too. Is he the fastest horse now in this race off that performance?
I still think the 3 Boss Tweed is probably faster, maybe early. We'll see how much stick is late. Ricardo Santana with the 1. I don't think he can lose position either. I just thought this was a really tough heat.
3 minutes to post here in this 4th. Let's see how they look on track and go to the MIG.
Yeah, guys, now that it's scratched down to 5 horses, I'm going to talk about every horse, and then I will give you my top selection. Start with the 2, Yo Banana Boy, or in my old neighborhood in Brooklyn, it'd be like, Yo Banana Boy. His best races is when he shows speed. And I don't see them deviating from that plan. Why would you? He just seems like a horse that wants to go fast. Let him alone. Let him rock and roll. I think Yo Banana Boy is a big part of this pace. The 3 Boss Tweed has also proved to be very quick. And he's won 2 in a row, and he looks good. But I could see the 2 and the 3 getting very engaged here. The 4 horse On the Hill. This is a big, stout son of Fedbiz, and he's making his 3rd start up the layoff. He comes off a really nice effort where he was engaged in the pace. I think he gets a little bit more of a stalking kind of trip today, but I do think he'll be primed for his best for Jimmy Bond, 3rd off the bench, particularly for a horse that carries that kind of weight. I think these 3 are going to be the ones up on the pace or towards the front. The 1 Silver Satin, I think, sits the trip right in behind him with Ricardo Santana. Does have to work out a trip from the rail. Looks fantastic from a physical perspective. And then that brings me to my top selection, and that's the 8, Bad Larry. This horse looked fantastic in the warm-up. He's turning back in distance. All of his wins have come at sprints, and I think he is going to sit the trip, get the last run on the Dylan Davis for trainer Wayne Potts, and run them all down late as the longest price in a short field.
Got to be named after Larry Johnson, right?
I would think so, right? Bad Larry? Who knows? You never really know.
Does he have a gold tooth?
No, but we found out that Munson for Tom Amos is named after Thurman Munson, and he had to get permission from the family. So you got to go through some stuff when that kind of happens. But yeah, maybe he's named after Larry.
Well, 7-1 on the board. He's the outsider in here. What chance does he have in your eyes to win this race?
Well, he is the horse that's cutting back in distance. So Mig is thinking there's going to be pace in here. I'm kind of with him. That's why I think the 4 will be farther off the pace a little bit. The couple wins, 1's been on the lead. The 4's a funky horse. 1's been on the lead, and 1 came from 9th. So the 4 can pass horses here. I'm surprised that the 1's the favorite, though, because the 3, well, I guess because of the Morning Lion, I mean, he's pretty good, David Aragona.
1's been incredibly consistent, had that issue out of the gate, out of the break last time out. And he might be able to sit the trip. But again, inside post can be a little tricky. Do you feel like the 4 is maybe just positioned a little bit better to be able to sit off horses?
Yeah, I just think he is. And the other part about it is Silver Satin, I mean, has been the favorite in all 4 of his starts. He did get the job done at 6-5 at Aqueduct. He came here to Saratoga. He had a little bit of issues, but he probably does sit a good trip in here. I just think the 4 is sitting on a very good race.
And, we have quick horses, several of them in a lot of races, and then it comes down to who's the most aggressive rider, what's, the intention they want with horses near. Yo Banana Boy was very quick last time out. He was quick in his debut, not really that quick in between all those races. Boss Tweed has always wanted the front.
Yes.
Even with Junior Alvarado on board, who's sometimes not as aggressive as some of these other riders. So do you feel Boss Tweed is the one who's going to be controlling?
I would say, I don't know, because Luis Rivera goes on a mission when he wants to get to the front end, like no other. If you haven't seen Louis ride, when he sends a horse, he sends at all costs. So I do think Boss Tweed is quicker, but then again, Louis might just, like you said, like Mig said, not take speed away. Yo, Banana Boy's best weapon is his speed. Boss Tweed's best weapon is his speed.
That's kind of the race within a race to keep your eyes on that duel between the 2 and 3 on the front end early on here. Gary Contessa with a 3-year-old who's trying to win his 3rd in a row. Gary Contessa, of course, last year, he had 2 wins. Opening day, he won a graded stake with a first-time starter.
And then
Closings day, he won the hopeful with a 54-1 shot.
Nutella fella?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Not bad meat to have 2 wins at. 2 big ones.
There's 2 jokers at the end of the deck, right? One to begin.
Becky's joker was the Philly.
Yeah, I know, right?
Becky's first time
joker,
out.
yeah.
Well done.
Yeah.
9-5 favorite. It's the James Bond runner with Joel Rosario. Should be sitting just off the 2 and 3 here on the hill. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
And they're off. Very even start. And Boss Tweed is sent hard now and takes command. It's Boss Tweed opening up 2. On the hill is showing good speed. Yo Banana Boy is down at the rail. And on the inside, Silver Satin in the purple colors now takes third. Bad Larry is 4 lengths off the pace being set by Boss Tweed, who gets a very easy lead on the front end. Boss Tweed goes through that opening quarter mile, leading by 1.5 lengths. On the hill in second, Silver Satin. That opening quarter went in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Bad Larry making an early bid. Yellow colors on the far outside, and Yo Banana Boy at the back of the field. It's Junior Alvarado and Boss Tweed coming to the quarter pole, 3/4 of a length in front. Bad Larry, yellow blinkers on the far outside. Yo Banana Boy now has to go 4 wide, and on the hill is 1 from the rail. Silver Satin is there too. They're covered by 4 as they come toward the 8th pole on the hill. Silver Satin finds a seam. Boss Tweed weakening in between those 2. It's on the hill, and Silver Satin coming to the 8th pole together. Yo Banana Boy has come alive late with a big late bid. 16th pole, Silver Satin has saved every inch of ground, and it's a difference maker under Ricardo Santana Jr. On the hill was second, Yo Banana Boy, a close third.
Silver Satin digs in the stretch and refuses to relent. Gets the win here for Jorge Abreu with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, great. It's a great ride here by Ricardo Santana, who was able to save ground on the rail, and you could see that the 4 on the hill had every chance. Listen, Boss Tweed was the one that just kind of went away, and you got to give credit to Rosario. He stayed to the task of staying in between horses. What ended up happening is Boss Tweed came off the rail, and now Ricardo Santana starts going to work, and it's now between the 1 and 4 down to the wire. And I'll tell you what, Mig's horse ran a big race too. The 8 made a run late, but Silver Satin gets the money.
1-4-2-8. Comes down to the 1 and 4 here, and Yo Banana Boy, at least according to last time out, that's not really what he wanted to do in here. He had to circle wide.
What ended up happening was that Boss Tweed was just so quick out of the gate, and Louis Rivera had nothing to do. He could not do anything. But then the horse made a giant move. Like, my goodness, oh my God, here he comes. He only lost the race by about a length and a half, Greg?
Ran big.
Yeah.
In defeat. 1-4-2-8 again finished. Not your favorite Silver Satin Slight. Second choice in here. This is just game. When you're down on the inside, that's a tough position to be in, to outduel a horse to your outside who seems to have all that momentum.
100%. For a lot of people that don't watch horse racing, it is tougher to pass on the inside than it is on the outside. So when On the Hill had the front end, Joel Rosario was able to kind of point his horse towards Silver Satin, and he saw Silver Satin, but Silver Satin had more.
Prices from this race when we come back. When we return, action from Monmouth Park as well on their Naira Bets Haskell Day. We have a champion in action coming up next. Grade 3, Molly pitcher, Idiomatic, lost nothing in defeat in that Ogden Phipps runner-up finish to randomize it. Din at a 6-race win streak. She's going to be tough coming back. Back with you on our Saturday coverage. Saratoga Live and at Monmouth Park. Grade 3 Molly pitcher in this distaff division for fillies and mares, and the champ from last year. You would guess the 6, yes, the 1-9 favorite, who we'll get to in a moment for Brad Cox. We start with Kathleen O in the post parade.
Yeah, Kathleen O won the Serena Song there at Monmouth Park over a sloppy racetrack.
Same price next door, 14-1 as well on Frosty O'Toole, a 3-time winner.
You know, this horse ran at Oaklawn Park 3 starts ago and really ran so well, and I thought he might do a little bit better, but he leaves too much to do. He comes from way out of her. She does, excuse me.
Soul of an Angel was in the Ogden Phipps against randomized and Idiomatic, wound up 5th that day.
Didn't get off to the best of breaks. This is the main danger.
Had a big effort before that, Belmont and Aqueduct. Here's the champ, 1-9 favorite, Idiomatic.
Yeah, listen, it's hard to argue. She finally, her winning streak got broken in Ogden Phipps by just a lonely head, but she wasn't great in the post parade. She was a little unsettled, but she's 1-9 for a reason.
And Miles of Smiles, long shot outside for Joe Orsino.
The local horse, 2 for 2 here for Joey O, who's a local trainer there, obviously. Usually the local horses run okay, but I don't know about this one at 13-1.
There's times you want to try and beat a favorite. I do not think this is one of those times with the champ, Idiomatic. We'll get back to that race coming up. Silver Satin out dueling on the hill for the win here in this 4th from Saratoga. Jorge Abreu and Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, congratulations to the connections here. And Ricardo Santana just able to cut the corner after Boss Tweed. And then, like I was saying before, you watch Joel Rosario. And Joel is a guy that does not use his stick, but he got the 4 to change leads, and he points his horse at the 1. So the 4 saw the 1, and then you can see the 2 got off to a bad beginning, Banana Boy. But you're right, Silver Satin showed a lot of heart. He deserves the W. The Gray Masana Matoli, now 2 for 5 lifetime. If you had that pick 3, not that bad.
And she said it's the first time in Silver Satin's career he was not the favorite.
Well, that's right. Yeah. And with the 12-1 shot winning race number 1, these pick 5s are pretty good.
Back to Monmouth. So there's Idiomatic. And, that 6-race win streak, I think everyone was a little surprised it came to an end last time out. But she was against the track a little bit that day. She was chasing wide, where Randomize was on the front end on a track that was playing favorably to speed, and she was unsettled in the gate. She had some excuses, no question.
Yeah, she did, and she just towers over this field. Now, Soul of an Angel, the 4, I get it that she's 5-1, but she was 5 or 6 lengths behind Idiomatic last time, and Irad's aboard, so that's part of the money. After Idiomatic had trouble. So she's going to have to make up 8 or 9 lengths on the 6, and I just don't think it's happening.
Really? I mean, during that incredible streak where she won 6 in a row, Idiomatic, aside from that one race at Delaware at a mile and 3/16 when she stumbled out of the gate, the defeat in the Ogden Phipps, the furthest she's ever been back during any time in that streak.
Yeah.
That's not where she wants to run her race.
She's going to be in complete control of this race. I mean, she should be in front, unless Smiles or Miles for Smiles. I mean, the local horse, the mare on the outside, I think guess your best chance, if you're Carlos Hernandez, is just to go to the front end and go. I mean, that would be the only thing, but I just think that Florent Giroux will just say, I got the best horse, I'm 1-9, I'm going to the front.
Isn't it interesting that she's running today, the champ, reigning champ of the Distaff division? She may have a date with the filly we see run later today, this afternoon, the Coaching Club American Oaks Torpedo Anna. They're on a collision course at the end of the year.
You think that would be a speed course or what?
What's that?
You think that would be a speed like Demolition? My goodness, those 2 horses going at it. I'll tell you right now, I think with Joe Bravo aboard the 2, because I've always said Frosty O'Toole needs to be more forward, I would land on 6-2 here, to be honest with you, and try to get a price underneath.
Okay. Was in against Kathleen O, Misty Vale last couple of starts, 4th in both those races. We'll see if she can pick up some pieces in this spot. This race goes through 1-5, might actually be value here with Idiomatic.
Might click down to 1-9. And you know what? I was going to look too, Greg. Did they offer show wagering in this race? I'm going to find out right now for you.
They did before Misty Vale was scratched. And just Catherine. I would find it hard to believe.
There is, and there's $428,000 out of the 452. So a complete show plunge on Idiomatic.
Grade 3, Molly Pitcher, the champ, Idiomatic, back in action, trying to win for the 11th time in 15 starts.
At Monmouth Park, the local. All eyes on Idiomatic, the Breeders' Cup Distaff winner of last year. We're ready to go. And they're off. A bad stumble for Kathleen O. Vincent Cheminade did a really good job to stay aboard, but she's running in the 4th position towards the back with Frosty O'Toole. Idiomatic maybe off a half step slowly, but recovers very quickly. And she's on the lead here. Miles of Smiles has no intention to go with the champion, Idiomatic, who opens up 2 around the turn. Florent Giroux immediately says, come and catch me with you can, as they round the clubhouse turn. It's going to be Idiomatic to set the pace, a length and 3/4 ahead. Miles of Smiles running in the 2nd spot. Kathleen O to the inside. Sullivan Angel in the 4th position. Frosty O'Toole 5 off the lead at the back. Idiomatic with absolutely no excuses goes at a slow tempo. Idiomatic a length and a half clear. Miles of Smiles in the 2nd position right behind. Kathleen O has made her way inside of Miles of Smiles. Sullivan Angel unrestrained 2 off the lead and a half length to Frosty O'Toole. Attempts to get closer on the outside. Idiomatic still comfortable, well within herself as the other 4 start to line up approaching the 4-turn run. Idiomatic still the leader by a length. Miles of Smiles shown more rain. There goes Sullivan Angel turning up the pressure. Idiomatic with Soul of an Angel, and these 2 are hooking up and kicking away from the rest. It's a 2-horse race. Idiomatic has lost the lead to Soul of an Angel and Irad Ortiz. Idiomatic looks like she's going to have to work for today. She's coming right back. Soul of an Angel a neck in front. Idiomatic needs to find more. She is, though. Idiomatic on the inside. Resilient, showing that determination. She's showing why she's a champion. Soul of an Angel has run the race of her life. Soul of an Angel, Idiomatic in a spine-tingling stretch drive. And it's a photo finish that went to Idiomatic. Idiomatic, a champion, gets there over Soul of an Angel.
That is not supposed to be how this played out for Idiomatic. Looked like she was going to get beat the entire stretch. Somehow she battles back in the final jumps.
My goodness, this is thought it was Sunday silence going down the stretch. My goodness gracious, the 4 had the Idiomatic on lock. What ended up happening is that the pace was slow, and I think it was almost too slow for Idiomatic, and then Irad Ortiz caught Florent Giroux by complete surprise, and you could see Irad just putting the squeeze, and the 1 really showed a ton of heart to come back here, because I was telling you that he was making it so tight for the 1. That's what makes Irad, but the 1's a champion.
She went Idiomatic the champ here, 25-2 that opening quarter. Do you think she almost felt like she wasn't even in a horse race maybe? She'd never gone that slow.
No, because if you watch the blitz on the turn, it was almost like, oh my God, like I got to restart her again. And she fell, I would say, a good half to 3/4 of a length behind the 4. Crazy.
Nearly one of the biggest upsets, no matter what happens the rest of the year, we would have seen all year long.
Again, though, I like to go to the start because she was a little unsettled. I don't know if we can get the start, but it was a mess of a start. The 1, Kathleen O, got eliminated. I don't know what happened, but the 6, again, she kind of jumped a little awkward. But watch the beginning here, Greg. The 1 and the 2 get destroyed at the start, but she doesn't jump great. But she picked herself up. It's just, she was a little unsettled, but she picked herself up, and the rider on the 7 was like, I'm not going with her. So you got to give.
It seemed like everyone was just kind of handing her the race at this point. They wanted to run for second. It's a $500,000 race. Everyone knows how good she is. If you go 25-2 and you're as good as she is, you're supposed to draw off, aren't you?
Yeah, I just think that he kind of put her to sleep, and then he woke her up again. That was crazy. Irad rode an unbelievable race. If you bet the 4, you got every ounce of your money on the 4-horse in their Soul of an Angel, because Irad surprised the heck out of Florent Giroux and almost caught him sleeping.
Well, we said in the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps last time out, she didn't lose anything at all in defeat. She might have lost a little something in a winning performance here. Not as impressive as we're used to seeing from the reigning champ, Idiomatic, but that heart of a champion, she digs in and she survives.
11 for 15 lifetime and just put another, 300,000 in her bank, Greg. Almost up to 3.5 million.
Unreal. Idiomatic for Juddmonte. Trainer Brad Cox, Florent Giroux survives a scare. And the Grade 3 Molly pitcher.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the Storage Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper, Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Curlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Back on our Saturday coverage, Coaching Club American Oaks with Torpedo Anna, Kentucky Oaks and Acorn winner. Still to come on our Big Fox program later on this afternoon. Race 5 right now. A mandatory payout. Pick 5 in the middle of the card. It's for non-winners of 2 lifetime, all for sale for $16,000 claiming price in this race. They're going 7/8 of a mile. And it's the 8 who is favored, Bobby the Tank. Blinkers on, a horse who already likes to be forward. You would think that's the game plan here again. So you see that pick 5 pool, 12 minutes from a start. Let's go to Acacia Clement.
Hey, Greg, and we'll start right there with Bobby the Tank, who I've always felt is well named because he's a horse that's just built like an absolute tank, has just a lot of broad muscle and build to him in the way that he's put together. Now, this is a horse who did show speed for 25,000 last time out, as there are several class droppers in here. And now comes in for the 16. And I thought watching that race broke sharply and looked like Jose Gomez, who was aboard that day, had a strong hold on him, trying to not let him run off on the front end, and he just didn't quite have enough. So the drop makes sense. Also like the slight turn back to the 7 furlongs as well. Short cup blinkers going on, a French cup added here to him. He's one that always just carries a lot of size and substance as well. And like I said, just makes sense in this spot. Linda Rice sends out 2, though. She also sends out the number 3, Sapphilo's Mission, who's also taking a drop in class. Now, this is a horse who was previously running against tough first-level New York bred allowance company. That said, it has been a very long time since this horse has won and has managed to pick up 4 second-place finishes and 8 third-place finishes as well. He's a horse that sometimes in his races, too, he kind of breaks okay and then just runs in place and doesn't really kind of kick on and accelerate. I thought last time out his strides were shortening, kind of swapping leads a bit, but he was able to get up for third. So another one that a drop in class does make sense. I have to say, just watching him and the way that he's walking around, moving fluidly here in the paddock, he looks tremendous just from a physical standpoint. I need to see him show a little bit more in the stretch though, but you do have complementary running styles to his stablemate. The number 2, Midnight Express, is a horse that has been at this level recently, finishing third last time after breaking slowly. He was last early by a few lengths and just couldn't reach the top 2, but I thought actually ran on okay. The thing with him is that he's going to need to get out of the gate because he can run good races and be forward towards the start of his career, albeit going a bit longer. He was a bit more forwardly placed. He seems like from his demeanor, he's forward here in the paddock, which I like to see. I'm going to watch what kind of warm-up he gets from Joel Rosario. But if he can get into the game and not be left with so much to do late, that certainly would help him out to find the winner's circle today, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Post-parade coming up next. As we take a look at that 5-year-old, who's going to have the rail in here, Midnight Express. As Acacia mentioned, Joel Rosario will ride for Rudy Rodriguez. Mandatory payout. Pick 5 begins in this 5th from Saratoga when we come back on our Saturday coverage.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Win Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site? Lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Oh, what a gorgeous shot that is from up above, overlooking this historic racetrack created back in 1863. You can play all the action with us all summer long by getting signed up at Naira Bets. Spot 250. Code to use for new members and sign up and play with us at NairaBets.com. Post parade here for this mandatory payout pick 5. We'll start with the rail runner Midnight Express for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, I like this horse. I think this horse will come from way out of it, but there's not a lot of speed in here, so Joel's going to have to break a little bit better with her.
Dropping class for Safalo's Mission. It's Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, 1 for 20 lifetime, but dropping from 40 to 16 is this gelding.
Bon chance, blinkers coming off for trainer Bruce Levine.
Trying something new, but Bruce has gotten off to a good start with Lane Leslie aboard. And this horse, I know there's a couple scratches with the entry. He's getting bet a little bit.
Another one continuing to drop down the class ladder, Solo in Paris.
Yeah, for Randy Persuade and Eric Cancel, 0 for 7 this year.
Vin Santo, the win for this horse came on a race taken off the turf.
Yeah, it was in a state bred maiden 40, but does drop down to the 16 level.
Long time ago, G. Munning, a lot was expected of this horse before he made his first ever start and had a good debut, but he's never really lived up to the expectations.
Yeah, he's 1 for 21 now, and he's 0 for 12 the last 2 years. He's tough to get to.
Speed of the field. Bobby the Tank quick already, and now blinkers go on.
Yeah, he's going to be in front. It's just, is there going to be any stick with him? He should have a clear lead.
And assertive attitude, 10th career start against a very low $10,000 maiden claiming level. Finally broke his maiden.
Yeah, he beat a kind of weak field at Monmouth last time out, and that was around 2 turns. Now, we'll cut back to the 7 furlong. Junior Alvarado aboard. Jairo Rendon was aboard last time out.
Speed of Bobby the Tank. We mentioned the equipment change seemingly to make sure 100% he's in front, and he doesn't have to last a mile this time around. Only 7 furlongs. Can anyone catch him?
I don't know. I mean, the 3 is the logical horse in here, but when you look at Bobby the Tank, the blinkers go on. You do get Tyler Gaffalione aboard, and this horse is the horse that goes to the front end. There's just nobody else in there that has his kind of speed. Now, like you said, or like Acacia said, they put shortcut blinkers on, which I like a little bit better than full blinkers. Like you said, a horse that already has speed, but they're buying into the other Linda Rice runner.
Now, Tyler Gaffalione there and Bobby the Tank. This is the best start that Tyler's ever had to a meet at Saratoga.
He's been solid. And you know, one thing about Tyler, you rarely see him on 3 to 5, 4 to 5s, even money. You're going to get him at like 6 to 1. He cashed at 17 to 1 with Brendan Walsh. He's good on turf. He's good on dirt. He's very versatile.
On the co-favorite here, along with this one, Safalo's Mission getting a big warm-up under Jose Lezcano for Linda Rice.
Yeah, and Lezcano obviously is more of a go-to rider than maybe, you know, some of the other riders that, you know, that Linda uses. You know, she doesn't use Tyler Gaffalione that much, but, you know, Linda puts Jose Lezcano on Safalo's Mission, and he's been on him the last 4 times and against way better competition. So, you know, you look at 1 for 20, it discourages you, right? And then you go to yourself, okay, now he's in for 16 on 2. This is a big drop.
Having a hard time trying to pull this horse up here. Let's get Acacia's take on what's going on here with the favorite.
Yeah, Safalo's Mission definitely having a spirited warm-up out there under Jose Lezcano, which I like to see for a horse that's trying to break through with not getting into the winner's circle. I love to see a big warm-up and hopefully try to get involved in the race a little bit earlier. But taking a look at the number 4, Bon Chance, who will take the blinkers off. This is a horse who came back off of a big layoff last time out and dropped in class after just being in over his head for a long time. I don't know if he's even quite good enough with this group. Maybe he just was a little precocious and didn't really have it. Out on the racetrack. But this is one watching his last race where he dropped back after the start and kind of ran on up the rail. The winner, Dad's Good Runner, obviously was much the best that afternoon. But I thought that this horse just looked very fit today with the blinkers coming off, just maybe in a logical spot. Second off the layoff, Bruce Levine's barn is going well. Maybe one to kind of use underneath because he looks like he's doing well at the moment and always paying attention to some of the smaller barns that maybe aren't running a lot of horses, but horses that are spotted well. And I think this guy is just spotted in the right place now, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 7-1 right now on this horse. Shades coming off for Bruce Levine. And Lane Leslie gets the call back to Joel Rosario. There's Midnight Express from the rail. Only win from this horse on a muddy sealed track back in February in a pretty soft spot.
Yeah, and you know, last time out, the horse did have a legit excuse on this 16 on 2 level. He needs a lot to go right. I will say this, though. His 7 furlong race, was his best rates to date. So, and he came from a little bit off the pace from the 8-hole. Now, being drawn completely inside, he will get the inside with obviously the entry scratched. You know, how much speed is he going to get to run at? Because if the 8's able to clear this field very easy, and the way the 3's warming up, it looks like the 3 might get the position on the inside.
The 3, the 8, they're getting bet like they're massive standouts in this race. On paper, they really are.
They are. I mean, Safalo's Mission, you know, who he's been running against I get it. He's 0 for 12 the last 2 years, and it's tough to back a horse that's 0 for 12 the last 2 years. But when you're dropping this low in class, it's tough to deny. And when you get to the 8, you have a horse that is dropping in class, cutting back in distance, and is going to have the lead.
Oh, this mandatory pay pick 5. So let's look forward a little bit. We got a competitive 5.5 furlong turf sprint.
Yes, I think the 3's a big player, and they're a master of tunes.
Race 7, it's 2-year-old maidens going 6 furlongs. There's, a Todd Pletcher horse on the outside. According to the DRF clock reports, very big work last time out. That's the 10th Social Hour, but a few others in there that are working very well.
The Dallas Stewart horse is working very well. In race number 8, I would think Arrow Smash will probably go off as your favorite for Phil Bauer, somewhere in that area. That's going to be very close with Federal Judge. I think Deer District is dangerous in there. You do as well. And then I like Major Dude.
All you need is Major Dude. In the 9th?
You might need the 9th because there's not a lot of pace in there. Steady on, not fight on. I know UCLA, not USC, but
yeah, it's a big Brit term. My wife says it to me all the time when I get a little overexcited. Steady on.
Steady on.
Yeah.
I kind of like it now.
Going to be a big favorite. Both those from the Pletcher barn, by the way. But, yeah. Major Dude, going to be a major favorite in that race. So maybe a race you can narrow things down. Mandatory pay pick 5 starts here. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And Bobby the Tank comes out running. Opens up a couple in the first few jumps. G Munning is second in the opening furlong. Assertive Attitude and the Blue Silks on the outside third. Then Bon Chance racing in fourth, followed by Solo in Paris, 5 off the pace in fifth. 2 more to Midnight Express, Vinsanto, and it's another 3 back to the trailer, Safalo's Mission. Bobby the Tank went through an opening quarter in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Assertive Attitude and G Munning are right together, second and third, with Bon Chance 4, 3.5 off the pace. It's another 3 to Midnight Express, inside Solo in Paris. Then a huge gap to Vinsanto and Safalo's Mission, both of whom have a lot of ground to make up on Bobby the Tank and Assertive Attitude, as Bon Chance takes third. The half went in 46 and 1. Down on the inside, G Munning is losing ground. Midnight Express is clearly into fourth. They're followed by Solo in Paris. They're at the top of the stretch. And Bobby the Tank turns for home and opens up a 3-length lead. Midnight Express hugs the rail and continues to make dangerous headway as they come to the 8th pole. Bobby the Tank, Midnight Express trying his best. Bobby the Tank has something left. And Bobby the Tank is too strong, defeating Midnight Express, Bon Chance, and Assertive Attitude.
Bobby the Tank, gate to wire, Linda Rice barn, 8th win of the meet for jockey Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, and he took control from the beginning of this race, and Tyler just rationed out his speed perfectly, broke like a shot. We'll show you back at the beginning. And the 9 was the only one that could put any pressure on him. And you could see Joel Rosario with his patented move up the rail with the 2 here, Midnight Express. I had a feeling this horse was going to run big, and Acacia said it too, but got to give credit to Tyler. He stayed on Bobby the Tank, and Bobby the Tank was able to finish today on the drop.
Gets the job done. Bobby the Tank, 2 for 17 now. 8-2-4-9 finish. We just talked about that man having the best start ever to Saratoga. Continues. Keep your eyes on the 3 here, the other main challenger, Safalo's Mission.
I don't know if he goes to his knees. Oh, wow, it's a bad stumble. So, a lot of people that are, tuning in for the first time, that takes a ton out of a horse. And this is a horse that was getting warmed up actually to be a little bit more forward, Greg. And then when you have so much to do, you know, his race was lost in the break.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Safalo's mission, but Bobby the Tank able to take advantage. I mean, this horse was going to be in front anyway, but maybe the best horse that was going to be coming at him late, that horse who had that unfortunate start. So Bobby the Tank this time able to seal the deal with, you know, a drop from 50,000 starter allowance to 40 and to 25, and then finally, I guess, finds the right field here for 16.
I will say this, horses with speed, they will eventually find a level where their speed's going to win. And Bobby the Tank found it today.
Tyler Gaffleone having a fun summer so far. And, you know, we've talked about it before, so important these first couple of weeks to get your picture taken often as you can, and set that tone for the rest of the meet, because things happen quickly here.
Oh, and you don't think Tyler knows that Irad and the boys are somewhere else today? Let me tell you, he knows. He's a competitive guy. He needs to stack up some wins today. So, you know, he's going to be dangerous all day today.
And he's been doing it while they've been here as well. But yeah, a lot of the big names away in Jersey, or Oceanport, I should say, for that Haskell afternoon. Naira Betts Haskell still to come in that 3-year-old division. Our big one to come in the 3-year-old filly division. Coaching Club American Oaks, Grade 1, and the queen of that division, trying to make it 3 consecutive Grade 1 wins for Ken McPeak and Brian Hernandez Jr., the duo that brought you that Oaks Derby double. Let's meet the entire group that's going to line up. We'll start with Candid. Grade 1 winner is a 2-year-old, coming off the best performance of her career.
Always well regarded for the Todd Pletcher barn, and she showed it last time at Monmouth. She was dominant in that race. Now, Honor D Lady came back to win. She is the main contender to Torpedo Anna.
Torpedo Anna, she's a bad start away from being perfect in her career.
Yeah, she is. She lost to Intricate on the outside horse, but her speed is just her weapon, and she's fast, and fast. Enjoyable to watch.
Next door, Grade 1 Ashland winner leading into the Kentucky Oaks, but she's been no match for Torpedo into the last 2 starts. Leslie's Rose.
She ran around the racetrack chasing her. You got to give her credit for at least hanging in there for second and holding off Power Squeeze. And it seems like everybody that Torpedo Anna beats comes back to win. Power Squeeze came back to win.
There's Intricate. That's the only filly to beat Torpedo Anna.
I think an interesting horse and a good shot here, because Brendan Walsh's horses run well here at Saratoga.
Looking forward to that. That's our main event coming up later on our Fox Saturday coverage on Big Fox. Have the Lake George on that broadcast as well. Here to start off this mandatory payout pick 5, it's gate to wire. Tyler Gaffleone on Bobby the Tank.
He took no prisoners. We talked about it. A horse coming out of a mile race, the fastest horse, found his level, and Bobby the Tank gets the job done. The son of Carpe Diem. I think he had his best moment in Kentucky winning the Breeders' Futurity. That pick 5 comes back $1,300. Not that bad.
And Linda Rice, you could not have started hotter at a Saratoga meet than she did last summer. And of course, she won the first race of the meet. She was just on fire early. She won the last race of the meet to tie for leading trainer. But she's been off to an uncharacteristically slow meet this year.
She has a little bit, you know, but she said that her barn was dirt heavy, that she was going to have a lot of main track onlys, or she was going to be a little bit better on the dirt. Now, she has a horse that's, I think, is very interesting on the turf today, a first-time starter.
Former Claim.
Yes. But, you know, she kind of tipped her hand. She kind of told everybody, I'm not as loaded as you think. You know, she's been honest, you know.
Well, she gets a win here, and maybe this will kickstart things a little bit for that barn. Let's go to Acacia.
And I'm happy to be joined by winning rider Tyler Gaffleone as Bobby the Tank gets the job done. And Tyler, at this level, when you have speed, it's a very dangerous weapon, isn't it?
It really is. You know, looking at his form, his best race is when he's in front. Today, cutting back, blinkers on, just a recipe to get the job done. Linda did a great job sending him over and just to get them out.
And just a little bit of race riding in this stretch too. How aware do you have to be of where your main competitors are around you? You were making sure nobody was coming up the rail.
You know, you like to have an idea. It helps, especially here when you get to the top of the lane. You can see the the board on the infield and kind of have an idea where everyone's at. So just kind of rely on that.
Big afternoon still to come for you, though. You're going to be reunited later on with Sweet Rebecca. She's a horse that looked like she just kind of struggled on the turf last time out. Can you talk a little bit through her last race?
You know, I thought she was a winner every step of the way. Approaching the quarter pole, she kind of bobbled under me, and she lost her action in behind. Then the horse inside kind of bumped her, and she just got all out of sorts, never got back underneath herself. I'm sure she'll be ready to fire today. Chad always sends them over ready.
Look forward to it. Good luck later. Congrats here.
Thanks so much.
Greg?
Good for Tyler to have the start to this meet that he's having. He's been through a lot this year, inches away from winning a career-changing race in the Kentucky Derby, then taking off that horse, Sierra Leone, in the Belmont Stakes. It's been quite a year.
And he's handled everything with class. I think he really has. I mean, listen, he, like you said, like just inches away from winning a Kentucky Derby. It's a heartbreaker, one of those things, and then you get taken off a horse that's very, very good and is going to be a major player going forward. But at the end of the day, Tyler keeps on winning races. He's got a lot. Look him up. He's won a ton already at a young age.
Came into this meet, too, the right way, winning, tying for a jockey title at Churchill Downs along with Jose Ortiz. Yeah. We're going to move over to FS1 after a short timeout, so we'll continue with our Saturday coverage over there. We hope to see you there. Still to come, Chad Brown trying to continue his domination in the Lake George's. Won 5 straight. He'll try and get a 6th in a row with Wild Applause winner, oversubscribed, dominant in that performance. She's the morning line favorite, Ken McPeak. All eyes on him with his super filly. Can Torpedo Anna keep things rolling? The queen of the 3-year-old filly division tries to make it 3 straight grade 1s in the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the Storied Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper, Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, the dreams are born.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Saratoga.
Welcome to the premier meet in the country with one of the most prestigious events for 3-year-old fillies in the game on the line, and who knows, maybe could be pointed towards a race where if you win it, that canoe is painted in your connection's colors. Welcome to historic Saratoga Racecourse in upstate New York. It is a gorgeous Saturday afternoon here in Saratoga Springs as we get set for one of the truly special races there is in this 3-year-old division coming up for fillies. I'm Greg Wolf. Great to have you with us on our FS1 coverage. This meet offers two of the best there are in terms of races for this 3-year-old filly division. Win either one, and you're in the conversation for a championship. There's the Alabama later in August, and then there's today's Coaching Club, American Oaks. And the most dominant horse probably in any division in the sport right now is Torpedo Anna, who's trying to win a 3rd consecutive Grade 1. She potentially, with a win here, could already lock up a championship. If she's able to win this race, she's the 1-2 morning line favorite. She has just been simply dominant against this division to this point. More of the same is expected, as you can see from that 1-2 morning line. With me, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, 4-time Breeders' Cup winning rider Rajiv Mirage. How good is she, Paul?
She's spectacular. She really is. You know, when I saw her at Oaklawn, she was a tiny bit worked up type of filly, and then she got the job done there in the Honeybee. Then she progressed all the way to the Kentucky Oaks and just smashed the field. And she put away the 2-year-old champion, and just FYI, she's put away a lot of different horses. Then she came here, showed her brilliance again. She's going to have to show it again with Candied in the field.
Raj, what do you think is Torpedo Anna's best weapon?
Oh, her best weapon is her speed, her high cruising speed. She can go at a high pace naturally and then sustain it at a long distance. And that's the combination that is the most feared combination in a horse race, because you can't really run with her. She runs you into the ground.
Take a look at the field that's going to line up against her. It is a compact group, but there are some intriguing names in here, including Candied. Grade 1 winner is a 2-year-old who's coming off her best performance yet.
Yeah, she is. I mean, it was a good effort. And listen, she might have been best in the Breeders' Cup juvenile filly, so she's got some credentials.
Here she is, the queen of the division, the Kentucky Oaks winner, Torpedo Anna.
Referred to by her trainer as the Grizzly Bear, which she is. She has been really tough to handle for her opponents.
Next door, Grade 1 Ashland winner, prestigious prep for the Oaks, Leslie's Rose.
Yeah, and a horse that's been chasing Torpedo Anna around. I thought she was courageous last time to really hold on for second.
And the only filly there is in the sport to beat Torpedo Anna, she did it back as a 2-year-old, Intricate.
And she seems to be rounding back into form. After beating Torpedo Anna last year, she hadn't won since, but most recently she was second in the Monomoy Girls Stakes down at Churchill Downs.
And that is the field that's going to line up. Race 11, 6:17 Eastern Time. This is a look at the list of Coaching Club American Oaks winners to be crowned champion at year's end. That is a good group. Monomoy Girl, of course, would win 2 Breeders' Cup distaffs in her incredible career. The great Songbird started her career 10 for 10 after she added the Alabama to her resume.
Yeah, wonderful list there. Nest, obviously, and then you go back to all the way to Shadow, who ended up being the Breeders' Cup filly winner, too, as well. So, yeah, amazing list there. I'm just loving that we're getting serenaded by the Racing City Chorus. They've been singing throughout all day today, and they sound absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, but very nice atmosphere here. We got a lot of attractions. These guys are going at it. Sounding very good out there.
So many special things about Saratoga. Crowds always constantly entertained. Let's go back to that list of champions we just saw right there. A win today, Torpedo Anna might already have a championship locked up. Do you guys feel that way?
I mean, I cannot see who's going to beat her for this 3-year-old championship this year in the Fillies division, because, I mean, her winning the Kentucky Oaks and her other performances is just pretty much sealed. I feel like it's sealed it up, but, you know, there's still a half a year to go, so maybe someone else can turn it around. But if she wins today, that's another Grade 1 to the list.
Today's action presented by Claiborne Farm. Race 7. 2-year-old maiden special weight. One of the things we love about Saratoga is seeing these debuting 2-year-olds and the next generation of potential Kentucky Derby winners, Kentucky Oaks winners. Grade 3 Lake George, a race that Chad Brown has dominated, trying to win a 6th in a row. He'll have 2 chances at it coming up, and then Torpedo Anna in that Coaching Club American Oaks. You can play all the action, including $154,000 Pick 6 carryover today. Coming up a little bit later on. That'll start in race 7. Play with Naira Bets. New members, spot 250. That code to use at sign up. Again, right there at NairaBets.com. Get that $250 deposit match sign up bonus when you punch in that code. Again, spot 250 at sign up. Race 6. Coming up next, it's 5.5 furlongs. Sprinting on the turf. And it's the 7 Reflexivity Mike Maker Manny Franco who's the current favorite, Paulie.
Yeah, and this is a confusing race. Really tough race. As you can see, the longest shot is Union Dolly at 13-1. Reconcile's an interesting horse to 1. The 7 for Manny Franco and Michael Maker, who's on a roll, will put the blinkers on. I thought Master of Tunes had a shot here, Rajiv. I thought this was a wide open race.
And that's what you said. You said the number 2, Union Dolly, that's the longest shot on the board, and that's who my pick is. That's how wide open this race is. I like this filly getting to sprint again on the turf. I thought her 2 previous turf sprint, one was a win, and the other one was a second-place finish. I think that's her best distance and our optimal surface, so she gets to do that today.
Get a look at this crowd. They're going to pack it in. It's just going to get more and more crowded as we get closer to that main event, that Coaching Club American Oaks ahead. Time to head to the paddock right now and check in with Acacia Clement.
This is a fascinating race coming up here, Greg, and you do have a couple of fillies trying the turf for the first time, and we'll take a look at both of them, starting off with the rail runner with the number 1, Reconcile, who will try the grass for the first time for trainer Linda Rice, looking for back-to-back wins here. She comes out of a second-place finish on the dirt in the Cicada. That was in March. I've never seen her before, as she's only raced in the winter at Aqueduct, but looking at her here, I do think that she could benefit from having a start in terms of fitness, but that said, I like her going to the turf. She has some pedigree for it as well. While the dam never won on the grass, she was twice stakes placed on the turf and finished 4 times in the money. And there was a sibling who was a 2-time turf winner. And obviously, with the Warfront influence, there's plenty of pedigree to say that she'll like the surface switch. And so I find her very intriguing and built like a horse that should like it as well. I actually feel the same way with the 5 Girls Weekend, a horse who, in the immediate family, there's not an abundance of turf. The dam never tried it, and no siblings won on the grass. But World of Trouble was a horse that was very good on both turf and dirt. And this filly looks like a turf horse. She has a flatter hoof to her, slacker pasterns. She's incredibly fit coming in here for Whit Beckman. Did break her maiden in an off-the-turf race last time out, but I love that she's had the opportunity to work on the turf here in Saratoga, obviously showing her connections that she moves well over it. And I think very intriguing in this spot. She's forward. She has speed, was awkward at the break last time, so hopefully could get out of the gate cleanly as she switches to the grass today. The number 8, Riley Jean, is going from synthetic to turf, and she did win her last 2 races. And while I know that she's never won on the grass, her Beyer speed figures are pretty comparable, and she looks like she should be able to handle it. I am of the belief that you treat dirt, turf, and synthetic as 3 separate surfaces, but sometimes turf horses really are able to handle the synthetic quite well. Some of them just absolutely love a synthetic and are not necessarily turf horses, but this filly, again, has that kind of flatter hoof on her. She's obviously shown she can handle the grass before. She's pretty big for a sprinter, though. She's a leggy type, but she is sharp, and we know that Tom Amoss is certainly not going to take away anything that comes naturally, including early speed, which she certainly does have. Got bumped a little bit at the start last time, but she was forward 3 wide and able to win over at Presque Isle, Greg.
And this duo already teamed up to win a sprint race on the grass where it looked like they're going to have an extremely tough time doing that coming from so far back. But they did the other day. We'll see if they can do it again with Riley Jean. There's the 5 Girls Weekend with Beckman seeking his first career Saratoga win. Got a big chance as well in the 9th with a huge long shot. Harlan Estate will get his first chance, though, coming up here next in the 6th. Stay with us.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeds, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Del Mar, you have to be here.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage here on Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. May hear that call to post behind us as we get set for our post parade here in the 6th. A middle pick 4 begins in this race coming up. It's 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the grass in a first level allowance race. We start with Reconcile, first time on the turf for Linda Rice.
Yeah, going to get Lasix too, and a dangerous horse here getting on the turf.
Stakes place on the dirt, second start of her career. Here's Union Dolly at 11-1.
My long shot pick in here. Just needs to get a better break. Sometimes has a tendency to break slow, but a good break will put her in a good position to win this race.
Yeah, going to turn back and distance off the benchers. Master of the tunes, John Velasquez.
I think Johnny V getting aboard is key here. You're getting 6-1 on a horse that's got a legit shot in here.
Charlie Baker, Joel Rosario with Golden Rocket.
First time off the trainer change to Charlie Baker. This one is getting the first chance to sprint on the turf.
We showed you Whit Beckman going to break, trying to get his first career Saratoga win with Girls Weekend.
Yeah, this one used to be in the Jason Barkley barn, who's now not training anymore. He's actually the paddock judge at Ellis Park, and Source had an awkward start and flew last time.
Stakes placed on the turf, Parola Secura.
This one holds a major impact in this race because she was just second in the stake race last time.
Second off a long break, Reflexivity for Mike Maker.
Blinkers go on, and Mike's barn's been actually rolling, even though it says 1 for 20 in the printed forms I got. It's way better than that.
Here's the team that won a turf sprint at 5.5 just the other day. Tyler Gaffleone, Tom Amos.
Riley Jean is in good form. She's won her 2 most recent races while ascending up the class ladder.
8-1 from that outside post as we get a look here at the 6. Parola Secura, 7-2. Joe Sharp. Let's take a look. Last time out, stakes race Stormy Blues from Laurel would wind up second at almost 35-1, Paulie.
Yeah, she loses this race to Tupi. Now, Tupi came back and did not run well here. I don't think the ride was great on Tupi, but this is a good race. You know, this is the races at Laurel, they transfer here, and she was 34-1. She got blinkers for the first time. Now Lasix come back on.
And she did encounter some trouble there, right, Paulie, coming up? She was sandwiched between horses, trying to bull her way through, while 2P had the luxury of being in the clear on the outside. If she duplicates that performance in today's race, she's going to be really, really tough to beat.
And, yeah, it may have been a stakes race, and this is an entry-level allowance race, but in terms of the numbers she's been running, she's not some massive standout. She's not even the favorite in this race.
No, she's not, but you got to appreciate a horse that's run well at Keeneland, well at Churchill Downs, well at Laurel, broke her maiden at Turfway Park. So 4 different racetracks, she's run a race.
And the man who's going to be aboard, of course, Torpedo Anna, your Kentucky Derby winning rider as well. Brian Hernandez Jr. Rajiv gets the mount.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with Brian. I mean, he's in great form. He's a jockey that is so consistent and reliable. You know what you're going to get from him. You're going to always get a good ride. And yeah, this filly just makes a lot of sense. She has a tactical speed that's needed to be involved in these quick sprint races, and she's going to put herself right in the race.
Here's Master of the Tunes, trainer Joseph Lee. And Paul, 3 wins from 27 tries on the turf. 7-year-old mare who's been around for a while, but she shows up quite often.
Yeah, she does. I actually like her a little bit in this spot. I know she's taken on a lot of younger horses that could explode a little bit, but she seems like she's always right there, and she always runs a decent number. I liked her last effort. Carey just got away from her.
You know, Reflexivity was in this race too. This was her comeback race off almost a year away. She got bumped a couple of times in here with a cleaner trip, second off the bench. She ran 4th in here. Equipment change. She could be very tough. She's actually the favorite right now.
What I don't like about those 2 fillies coming into today's race is that race was at 6 furlongs. They shortened up a little bit to 5.5. And at 5.5, even though it's only half a furlong different, it's a much quicker pace. And they were both closers, so I don't think the 5.5 suits either one of them.
We'll see if that blinkers can get Reflexivity maybe into things a little bit quicker today. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And to piggyback off what Rajiv was saying, his thought process was exactly the one that I was having about the distance. When you look at Reflexivity, who's a much shorter price than Master of the Tunes, I know that Master of the Tunes not necessarily a winning type, but one that often does run a fast race. As far as the 7 Reflexivity does go, I know she's second off the layoff for Mike Maker, but her best races have actually come at 7 furlongs, which is a distance over at Belmont Park, the old Belmont Park, that a lot of trainers would love because it was kind of a middle distance, and especially the way that the race shaped up. And she looks like a horse that would prefer more of a distance like that. Cutting back to the 5.5 furlongs is a tough animal sometimes, and it just with being run off your feet. And we'll see if those blinkers do help her to get involved in the race. She was awkward out from the rail and did get bumped into by her neighbor a couple of times, but I think she kind of invited that trouble with the way that she broke. Cheater shortcut blinkers going on today. She's very fit. I don't have a problem with her, but at a potentially shorter price, I think that there are some other intriguing opportunities. The 6 Parola Sakura, hopefully I'm saying that correctly, added blinkers for the first time last time, and that was in stakes company, and she was a huge price behind Tupi, who's pretty talented for Grand Motion. Now, this filly was not the quickest out that day, I should say, but was urged to be close, and she was swapping leads a bit in the stretch, but really never had an opportunity to kind of have a clear run. She had to stop and start a bit. Now you can see her next to the pony. She is a teeny tiny filly. There is not much of her, but obviously she has a lot of athleticism that shows out on the track as well, and see if she can build off of that last effort for Joe Sharp. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Minute away from the start of this pick 4.
Cool aerial view. There's the 6 right there.
And to go off what Acacia said about the number 6 here, she's tiny, but we saw tiny things with big finishes today, like Nano Man winning earlier, the small guy that took down a 5.5 furlong turf race. So sometimes that smaller, more agile built horses are a little bit more nimble on their feet in these quick races.
You know, we talked a lot the other day, you know, we're talking about Riley Jean, the 8 in here. It was an outside post. It was a horse that likes to come from very far out of it, which typically things you don't like in a 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Tom Amos, Tyler Gaffleon were able to overcome that. Probably was best in the races from a talent standpoint, was a big drop. But sometimes you can't overcome things like that. How would they be able to do that here with this 8 who has, I guess, a little more tactical speed than that other horse did?
And the difference is the other horse was the best horse on paper, but just had the race didn't seem suitable for her with the post. This filly, Riley Jean here, she's really taking a massive step up in class, because running against allowance horses at Presque Downs versus allowance horses at Saratoga, it's a big step up.
I will say this, though. She's gotten better out of the gate. I don't know if it's the synthetic or not. Her other races, she's kind of been slow out of the gate. So maybe, you know, Tyler or Tom was telling Tyler, look, let's get her out of the gate. Maybe her loading last will help her, too.
There's Reconcile. Sired by Claiborne Stallion Warfront. Won first time out. That was on the dirt, and the dirt's the only surface this 3-year-old filly has been on yet. Was second in a stakes race in the very next start. We'll see how she's able to handle the grass in this lawn debut.
She has one sibling, Happy Cat, who won on the turf, so there is some grass influence there, and her Stallion Warfront is known for throwing turf horses as well, so it wouldn't be a surprise to see her transition successfully to the turf.
When you look at her pedigree, you would think she'd be running a 1.125 miles on the turf, right? But she's got a lot of early speed, and that's why she's probably sprinting. And I think Linda will see what happens here. She gets Lasix for the first time too, as well.
Loading in, there she is. That gray daughter of Warfront, Jose Lezcano, one of the really go-to riders for Linda Rice over the last several years. They've been a great duo together. Favorite, the 7, Reflexivity. There she is for Mike Maker, second off the bench. Blinkers on. Can she get involved a little earlier in things in this shorter sprint than what she went last time? Manny Franco aboard. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati for the call.
Thanks, Greg. We're waiting on Riley Jean to the outside. They've loaded smoothly. Riley Jean goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Reconcile is very fast from the inside. Here's Girls Weekend, though, and taking the lead is Girls Weekend. Just in behind them comes Parola Sakura racing in third, 1.5 lengths off the lead. Then comes Reflexivity fourth with 4 to make up, followed by Riley Jean on the outside of Union Dolly. It's a gap of 3 to Master the Tunes, and Golden Rocket at the back of the field. Reconcile rips through an opening quarter in 21-1. Girls Weekend keeping pace and coming right back on the outside second. Reflexivity moves into third. Parola Sakura along the inside fourth. Another 2 back to Riley Jean as they reach the top of the stretch. Reconcile turns for home, leading by a length to Girls Weekend. On the outside of them, Reflexivity, Parola Sakura coming through on the inside. Girls Weekend is right up to her. And now Union Dolly splitting rivals from the far outside. Golden Rocket and Riley Jean. A wild scramble to the finish. It is Union Dolly with the lead late, reaching for the wire, and Union Dolly prevails. Photo for second between Riley Jean and Golden Rocket. Behind them, another photo between Master of the Tunes and Reflexivity.
Union Dolly, 5-year-old debut, shortening up in distance and gets the win under Dylan Davis.
Good pick by you here, Rajiv. A horse that likes the course, and they went fast up front like you predicted, and what Dylan Davis put on a good ride here.
Oh, perfectly executed by Dylan, and coming in, we talked about her getting back to sprinting on the turf. It's come from behind sprinters. Some of these horses, when they run longer distance, it takes away from that quick explosive turn of foot. She got to do that today, and she's the longest price on the board.
Yeah, the 2 longest prices here, run 2 here, Greg. I want to say 1, 2, 3 to the 4 run third. I think it's 2-8-4. So 12 to 1 over 9 to 1 over 11 to 1. Was that the 4?
5 to 1. Excuse me, 5th win of the meet for Dylan Davis. Got off to that hot start. Really right out of the gates. Won that Schuylerville opening gate 44 to 1 on a 2-win day to start things off. And now he's continuing things.
Hey, it's almost like the Brian Hernandez kind of thing. Dylan is just so consistent, so reliable. And these guys shows up with a good effort every time. Young up-and-coming jockey who I don't feel deserves the credit. I don't feel gets the credit that he deserves.
Yeah. There was some going on there. It had nothing to do with the horses, because when the one Reconcile was backing out of there, there was some jumbling going up there on the inside, but nothing to do with Union Dolly.
Had been going longer on the grass for really the majority of the career. Rajiv mentioned the 2 sprint starts on the grass. One was a win, one was a runner-up finish with a bad break.
And both at Saratoga.
Yeah, and that's the key. Sometimes you want to go and you go back and you look at a race. This horse now is 2 for 3 with a second in 3 starts at Saratoga.
12 to 1. And how about 9-1 underneath with Riley Jean, Tom Amos, and Tyler Gaffleone getting second here. 2-8-4-3 finish. We're going to take a timeout. We'll have these prices for you when we return. Huge weekend in this 3-year-old division, not just the coaching club, American Oaks. Todd Pletcher trying to get a little more depth for the Travers. Travers going to get a Haskell win with lightly raced Mindframe, the runner-up in the Belmont.
The classic looks of a two-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Union Dolly at a big price, off the bench, shortening up in distance, and wins her 5-year-old debut. Pays $27.40. Nice call, Rajiv.
Yeah, big payout here because long shots all across the board. The top three finishers were the 3 longest shots. And we talked about the race going in, that this was a wide open race. Big payout.
Hey, look at that super. I'd like to have it for a dime, $688 for a dime.
Saratoga, I mean, almost day in, day out. If he could be right in one race with a pick like that, I mean, you're going to have a tremendous day.
100%. All you do is to connect. And more times than not, we get caught in these pick 4s, pick 5s, and all this stuff, and we don't play vertical, win, place, or superfectas. Greg and I talk about this all the time. The superfectas here play unbelievable, yet we don't really play them a lot. It's just crazy.
And for casual horse players, so the entry point is so reachable because it's only 10 cents per bet in a superfecta. So you can create a nice ticket spreading with a horse like this and have some fun and maybe hit a payout like that.
And you brought it up on the show the other day, and I know Rat Ortiz Jr. had a 4-win day yesterday, sort of started to separate himself a little bit, which we fully expect. But there's been a lot of parity in terms of spreading out wins early on in the meet.
Yeah, and that's a byproduct of different trainers winning races too. You see, a lot of big barns have their go-to riders, and if those big barns get on a roll, then those riders become the ones that win a lot of races. And in this meet, we've seen a spread of different trainers, a multitude of trainers winning races, and then so you have different jockeys winning races as well.
5th win of the meet for Dylan Davis. Let's go to Acacia for more on the 6th.
Here with her trainer, Ray Handel, sending out Union Dolly. Ray off the layoff and cutting back in distance. And we've talked about this before. She looks like a filly that wants to go long, but turns out sprinting is where it's at.
Yeah, she had those big races going long at Belmont, and in those races, she really dictated things on the front end, and she kind of had her way, and she walked the dog. I think when circumstances weren't such in her favor, like it was in Fairgrounds in the winter, it was a little bit tougher, and we just kind of had to regroup. She had some little mild bone bruising, so we kind of she was just going off form, and when fillies get sour, we said, let's just turn her out, try again. I wasn't exactly planning for this. It's funny. I was trying to run her in an open 40, and the race didn't go. I was the only one in it, so I said, you know what, guys, either we can, roll the dice, we're ready to run, we're dressed up and ready to go, and she's training awesome, so we could run here, or we could ship out and try to find a spot easier. But I was like, she loves this track, so let's take a shot and see what happens.
Yeah, you said dressed up and ready to go. We have to pan down to show the full suit here because you were definitely dressed for the win picture, Ray, but she was really touting herself, too. It looked like she came back feeling good off the bench.
Yeah, I was confident with the way she was training, for sure, but even just the last week, she had a monster work on the grass last week, and Katie Davis breezed her, and she was like, she is on it. And then all week, my assistant gets on her, Brian, and I was ponying her in the mornings, and she was just like all we could handle, like 4 hands on her trying to contain her, and it was good. Yeah, it all came to plan. Well, kind of came to plan, but it all worked out today. But she was really touting herself, yes.
And you mentioned something about fillies, and when they start to go off form a bit, sometimes mentally is the biggest challenge with horses like that, just to keep them happy, keep them sweet for their job at the racetrack.
Yeah, like you capitalize when they're hot and they're running good, and you can kind of keep them in that good rhythm. But when they go the wrong way, you got to, just know when to pull the plug and turn them out. And having great owners like, Diamond T and Blue Line and that group, Brown Road Racing, it's awesome. They get it, and they want to do what's best for the horse, and ends up being what's best for everybody. So it's really cool when something like this happens, then we come back and win here. So even more special.
It all worked out today. Congratulations to the whole team.
It did. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Back to basics. Turned out to be the right move, Greg.
Keisha, thank you. Good for Ray Handel. He's last couple of summers at Saratoga has really started to make an impact here. So we take a look at the odds for this 7th race. Starts this big pick 6 carryover, $154,000 in the pool. No one able to solve that puzzle yesterday. 2-year-olds trying to get the first win of their career coming up, sprinting 6 furlongs. And we have Chad Brown firster, incentive pay with some big workouts. A Todd Pletcher runner with some big workouts. Social hour, the 10. And Tom Amos, our colleague, with a first-time starter, attracting a lot of attention on the board right now with a 2 authentic gallop.
Yeah, and you can arguably say that Dallas Stewart won with the first-time starter. His horse, the 3, is working fast, too. So this is going to be an interesting race. But you're right, the 2 for Tom Amos, he does not tell us, for a lot of people that are out there that think that Tom Amos tells us if his horses are alive or not, he does not. He has a big story about that or whatever, so he'll never tell us. We don't know, but obviously the board is saying this horse is live.
Yeah, very interesting because he plays it close to the vest. I've never heard information from Tom on one of his horses. Well, in Oceanport, New Jersey today, as mentioned, another big 3-year-old race. Naira Betts Haskell, and some big performances in here. We're going to see those horses show up at the DraftKings Travers Belmont Stakes winner and runner-up. We'll meet again. Dornick and Mindframe will reunite here.
Yeah, and we're going to show you Timberlake in his Rebel win, and maybe he's one of the players in here and he can get back into form. Now, Brad Cox had decided to take him off the Derby Trail after he'd ran 4th to Muth, but this was a good win in the Rebel. He beat Common Defense. At that time, they thought Common Defense was one of the better runners in the Kenny McPeak barn, but he was wandering around the racetrack that day.
This version of Timberlake poses a factor here. It's definitely going to be a factor here. But he really hasn't progressed from its 2 to 3 as they would have liked. He was so impressive as a 2-year-old winning the Champagne, the Grade 1, made him like atop the 2-year-old standings. And after his last race, when he didn't show up with his top performance, they talked about cutting him back in distance. I was surprised to see him in the Haskell.
This Rebel was pretty good. We'll see. I mean, the mere fact he shows up here from one of the top trainers in the game, he's just not going to show up to take a crack. He must think this horse has ability to do it.
No, it's just confusing because after he did not run awful, he lost to Muth. He had to run chasing Muth around, who's a big old monster. Brad decided, let me take this horse off the Derby Trail. That worries me a tiny bit. And like he said, I thought the horse was going to be on a cutback. So either this horse is training out of his mind. I think that would be my one thing. His horse training
Let's
unbelievable.
get back to the top two finishers from the Belmont Stakes. So Dornick, finally that breakthrough moment for the full brother to last year's Kentucky Derby winner Mage. And, maybe the track helped him a little bit too. He was playing very forward that day, but he fought, he dug in, he was gaming for Mind Frame, Raj. Gave up so much experience, weaving in the stretch, bearing out, but it ran a huge effort.
Dornock showcased his grit, his determination. I mean, this horse was pretty much passed by Mind Frame, and he just so resilient. While Mind Frame, you can visually watch this race, even if you're not that familiar with horse racing that much, and see the difference. Dornock was running straight as an arrow, and Mind Frame was wandering, and that has a lot to do with the inexperience. Dornock has had about 9 starts. He's had 8 career starts. Mind Frame, that was only his 3rd start. So Mind Frame is the up-and-comer who we expect to even improve off this race, now that he's got that experience.
And Paul, that was just asking so much of Mind Frame. 3rd career start, top company in the division, trying to go in a mile and a quarter. He's only got to go a mile and an eighth today.
Yeah, this horse broke his maiden in March, late March. I mean, like almost on April Fool's Day, to be honest with you. And to be this so far advanced, it speaks volumes from Todd Pletcher. And he's going to be tough to handle. I like the outside draw for the horse, too. Listen, he might be still a little bit green, but maybe his talent with that last start takes over. Irad has fully knows him now in a fight. So I think Irad will make the...
I'd like to add this. Dornock started his career 9 months before Mind Frame did. So that experience, makes you feel like we know what Dornock is, but Mind Frame still has a bit more upside when it comes to making another step forward.
It's going to be the anchor leg of this cross-country Pick 5. Naira Betts Haskell will close it out. It begins with the Wolf Hill Stakes. Race 9 at Monmouth includes the Lake George from Saratoga. So you can play that through Naira Betts on your Naira Betts app. Some other faces we may see in the Curlin in this wide-open 3-year-old division. Unmatched Wisdom put that perfect record on the line, and he remained perfect, although he got tested a bit in this race.
This was really the race that kind of showcased what he's all about. He got tested, he proved best, but what was different with this race and his 2 prior dominating wins was this was more workmanlike. He was pretty much all out to hold off corporate power here. And I think going forward, we start getting a conversation about going from the Curling to the Travers. The horses like Dornock and the Mind Frames, for Unmatched Wisdom to compete with them and be effective, he needs to step forward off this run.
Yeah, and it's tough to tell. I don't know what the buyer came back. I don't know.
There's a 99 buyer.
Okay.
There's going to be a lot better horses running at him late than what was yesterday.
Yeah,
Aren't
true.
there?
But there was intention on going to the front end yesterday, and I'm wondering if that's intention to, let's go to the front end. We do have Sierra Leone too as well, but if this horse just runs off and keeps on going, he's undefeated. You can't knock an undefeated horse.
I mean, that buyer speed figure puts him right in the mix. 100%. If he could step forward just a little bit next time out, he'd be one of the fastest 3-year-olds in the country. But, I mean, you look at who he was facing, it's going to be some monsters coming at him late in the DraftKings Travers.
And he's going to get a little pressure. He might have to sit off the pace. There's a lot of different factors that are going to happen.
In his first race, he ran a 98 buyer, second race a 93 buyer, and the third race a 99 buyer. So it's within that range. But the winner of the Travers, I'm expecting to break into the triple-digit buyers.
He's right there if that's the case, but he'll come in a little bit light on experience as well. See what happens in the Naira Betts Haskell and, of course, the Jim Dandy next weekend. Hall of Fame trainer, reigning Eclipse Award-winning trainer Bill Mott off to a very strong start this summer here at Saratoga, and he's got plenty of chances to do some more damage on this Saturday afternoon.
They're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornock, headstrong in the early going. Mind Frame is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mind Frame on the outside is coming after Dornock. Dornock in an absolute thriller. Dornock and Mind Frame. It will be Dornock and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Keeneland, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
It's shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden Pit.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage from Saratoga Racecourse, the premier meet in the country. As we get set for a pick six carryover, and it starts with our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. Maiden special weight, all looking for that first win on the resume. 2-year-olds sprinting 6 furlongs. And that's a look at the group that will line up. Let's welcome in for the first time today, Maggie Wolfendale.
Good-looking juveniles assembled here in the paddock, as we'll start down towards the inside and look at a few of these debuters. And number 2 in here for our good friend and colleague Tom Amos, that is Authentic Gallop, a son of Authentic who really has the best pedigree, especially when you're talking about win early pedigrees, as there have been, of the 9 foals, 7 first-time out winners from this mare, and she has produced time and time again some real runners too, especially kind of in the sprint divisions as well. So really well spotted for this affair today, as this guy is incredibly athletic. He's beautifully balanced and put together, but he also has a bit of length to him, which I appreciate. I want a horse with that longer, scopier neck to him, and he is fit and he is sharp. He was a little bit tough to get the tack on, but they did so at the walk, and you can just tell in his demeanor that he has run on his mind. I love what I'm seeing from Authentic Gallop. I liked what I saw on the pedigree, and it's matching here in the paddock. Number 4, Incentive Pay for Chad Brown. This one is a son of Volatile, a freshman sire. The first generation is modest, to say the least, and the dams have to Mo Cochelle, who is the greatest stakes winner, at least going long on the main track. I suppose the Volatile could give this horse a little bit of that pace, but I'll be honest, I know he's taking a lot of money, and rightfully so. Physically, he's built as a horse who wants more ground than this. Sometimes it doesn't matter, they just win on talent alone. But watching some of his workouts, 2 in the morning, he's gotten off a bit tardily from the gate. Either he leaps up or he's not that quick away. Now, he is well prepared from the mental and physical side of things. This horse is really well defined. Every muscle is where it should be. He's a little bit more physically mature than some of his rivals in here, which I always appreciate. But again, he just has that makeup of one wanting a bit more ground. Moving on to the outside, Todd Pletcher opts to leave number 10, Social Hour, in here, son of Practical Joke, who is very good with his juveniles. The Dam, she was an okay sprinter. One of the half-siblings did win first time out as a 2-year-old. And looking at this horse, he's been okay in his workouts. There was an unraced mate on the inside of him going back to his last gate breeze. Took a little while to get in stride. Got up to that horse, but then didn't go as well on the gallop out. He is well muscled in here. I like what I'm seeing from him in that respect. Got a little hot. We'll see how he does. I don't really know what to make of him. It definitely felt as though the other Todd Pletcher horse was a bit stronger on paper and Be Real, but leaving this one in here today, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 8 minutes away from the 7th to start this massive pick 6 carryover that you knew all eyes in the sport nationwide. We're going to take a look at this sequence coming up today, Paul.
Yeah, and it's a tough sequence. You got to navigate through these 2-year-olds. I think some people got to make a choice whether they're going to single Torpedo Anna or they're going to use Candied as well. I recommend just singling. I think Arrow Smash could be a horse that a lot of people will lean on. And then in the last race, if someone's trying to get to the last race, it's a tough last race too as well. So
I love a horse in that last race. The number 3 Artemis, who was 8-1 on the morning line at the first time gelding. So, you know, consider using that one at a price.
Factor analysis in the last is going to be a deserving favorite. But if for some reason he does not win, it becomes pretty wide open.
Yeah, the Jackal in there, the 8, I think's got a big chance. In the Lake George, that's a tough race. I mean, I was oversubscribed, Monmouth Gold. I'll tell you right now, I wouldn't leave out Pounce because Pounce might be the speed of that race.
Look at all the runners lining up in this pick 6 sequence. It is a difficult one. There's a single. Let's just say it. There's a single. I can't not see Torpedo Anna getting beat in the Coaching Club of American Oaks. She's that good. She's been so. There's not a more dominant horse in any division in the sport right now than Torpedo Anna.
Yeah. So if you can find one more single, like if you're a player out there and you're looking for this pick 6 and you think Torpedo Anna's you turn it into a pick 5. If you find one more of your best opinion and live and die with that opinion, you'd be able to spread some of the other races, play a reasonable ticket.
If Torpedo Anna gets beat in this sequence, it could be a lottery kind of payout.
Here's our post spread. We'll start with Cooper for Bill Mott and Godolphin Jr. Alvarado aboard.
Yeah, first time starter. Looks like the reins something might have busted.
What happened there, Raj?
Just got acted up when the pony went to grab him, and that's the pony strap that's hanging off his head.
Whoa, he said
and
okay.
Junior reached over, grabbed the pony strap out. The pony strap is what's used by the pony person to keep a hold on the lead on the horse.
That was pretty slick right there, by the way.
Yeah, nice move by Junior.
Behind the back pass right there.
9-1 on this first-time starter. Here's Authentic Gallop, that Tom Amos runner with the big pedigree.
They're getting bet pretty strongly at the windows, and this one, as Maggie mentioned, has a pedigree to be precocious.
Dapper Moon, Dallas Stewart, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Louisiana bred. And Dallas brings out some Louisiana breds. He's already won with the first-time starter at the meet. I would think this one's quick.
Maggie said may want longer. We'll see if Incentive Pay can overcome that in the debut for Chad Brown.
I share some of the same sentiments as Maggie, but comes from the ever so dangerous Chad Brown barn.
6 horse got loose, by the way. That's the crowd reaction behind us. Here's Perfect Force for D. Wayne Lucas.
Yeah, Perfect Force already got a race under his belt, and what a job by the Outriders. They got a hold of the 6, and, you know, I think the 6 might still be in this race. Great job there, as you see Ranger Battalion right there, first-time starter, just not knowing what's going on. Sometimes this happens, Raj.
And that's what you look out for, inexperience. These are young, inexperienced horses. Some of them seeing the pony for the first time and the reaction to the big crowd. So it's a good thing to keep a keen eye on this, and hopefully Maggie can give us some more.
He did not flip or nothing happened, so, you know, usually that is a automatic scratch, so we'll see what happens.
Here's Track Ranger, first time out for trainer Brad Cox.
One that we don't know much about, coming in from Kentucky. But this one comes out for a dangerous barn.
Filoso, DRF Clocker report says some big works for trainer Chad Summers.
Yeah, Dylan Davis aboard, and, you know, bullet drills coming in, the last one out of the gate.
And here's Social Hour, another one working well, according to the DRF Clocker report for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, legendary trainer Todd Pletcher, one of the best to ever do it. He's very, very good at winning first time out. Done it for many years.
So back to the 6th, the one that got away. Nice job by that outrider to catch up to this first-time starter from the Hall of Fame barn of Belmont. And we'll wait and see what the decision is. They'll look this horse over, make a decision. Jose Lezcano's there and looked like he's going to jump back aboard, so this horse will stay in the race.
Yeah, the horse didn't get too far away, and he was kind of just standing there. He was actually being cooperative when the outrider came over to him. He said, okay, come get me. I'm just going for a little stroll here, go to see some of the fans. And yeah, no worse for the wear. Now he's going to warm up, and yeah, you're right, Greg. The utmost importance is the care for these horses. So they'll take a look at this horse behind the gate.
So seemingly some big works. I mean, you see a few bullets on the page, which means the quickest workout in the morning from Ranger Battalion, the horse on your screen right now, 14-1. We'll see if this horse can run like that here in the afternoon coming up. But initially, not a great sign, Raj. Have you been on horses that acted up like that pre-race and still ran big?
No, that's as a jockey, that's what you don't want to see. Them over-exerting themselves and not being mentally focused. We find a lot with 2-year-old first-time starters, and you go from transitioning to thinking about your strategy of winning and riding the race, and more so to just get through the race, get to the race, and get, just to be able to make it to the gate, because if he gets loose again, he might be a scratch.
Let's go to Maggie.
Well, after all that excitement, trackside, as we saw both Belmont horses acting incredibly green on track, I waited to formulate an opinion of them because they were very green in the paddock, and it spilled over to the track here. As yes, Junior Alvarado doing a fantastic job, by the way, with number 1 in here. That is Cooper, a son of Nyquist. Now, this guy does move incredibly well, and it is a very lovely Godolphin pedigree. This horse half to Jefferson Street, who I know is targeting the Amsterdam. He ran a 102 Beyer in his last start up here on Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. So this guy makes a great impression physically, but he has been green. He's settled down nicely. Junior, again, I applaud his efforts because obviously he does know this horse too, working many of Bill's horses in the morning. So mentally, yeah, my gut reaction is he'll need one. But do I think there's some talent there? Probably. As we'll move on to Bill's other horse, that's number 10, Ranger Battalion, son of Omaha Beach. Now, Jose Lezcano said that he reared up when he went to team up with the pony, getting loose. Again, Miguel Gutierrez, our lead outrider, saves the day yet again. And Miguel it's kind of a cat and mouse game because these horses are young and they don't know what's going on. So therefore, you kind of have to not, go for them all the time because they'll spook away from you. And he did. He let this horse come up to him and then gently went and grabbed him, brought him back to Jose, got a leg up. And while he's still being a little green, Jose is doing the right thing and keeping him moving, expending some of that nervous energy that we see. He's a lovely put together horse. We'll see what he does here. I thought his works were just okay, kind of working on even terms with his company, and then on the gallop outs, not really persevering with them. So maybe one that needs this for a fitness element. Let's not forget the horse who has run. That's number 5, Perfect Force for Wayne Lucas. He was a little bit one-paced. He kind of got going in the last 16th of a mile. I think he's going to be quicker, though. Obviously, going from the 4.5 to the 6 will help him. He's a lovely put-together horse, and sometimes Wayne's horses, when they have a start, these younger horses, they get a little rattled by racing. Not this guy. He has been a professional. I think we're going to see a better effort from him, and he's the only horse that has experience in here. I see both Paul and Rajiv going with number 3, Dapper Moon, in here for Dallas Stewart. Dallas feels as though he's got a lot of horses ready for this meet. His young horses, guys, this guy looks fit. he just didn't look as of the same class as many of these.
All right, Maggie, thanks. You see that pool swelling as we expected with a big pick six carryover on a weekend day with a superstar like a Torpedo Anna in action.
Yeah, with the late influx, so I think we might hit $1 million. That would be nice. But I think you got to use
carryover
many.
days like this too. It always, you just get great value. It
Yeah.
always pays more than it should.
You think you got, how many think you got to use to get out of here, Rajiv?
This is one of the wide open races in this sequence, like about quite a few of these. I would say about half the field here.
I'm kind of with you.
Have a chance to win. The ones that I would lean against, based on what Maggie says and how they act on the track, would be the number 1 and the number 6 because they seem a bit immature. But you know, it's a pretty wide open event.
Meanwhile, that money has steadily come in with, really 3 other runners have been working big on that Tom Amos horse. First time out, Authentic Gallop, still 3-1 from an 8-1 morning line. We saw Tom and Tyler with a runner-up finish earlier today. They had a win yesterday together. We'll see if they can win with his first-time starter on the dirt from post 2. Start of this Pick 6 carryover on Coaching Club American Oaks Saturday from Saratoga here on Fox Sports 1. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Thank you so much, Greg. Incentive pay coming up. Filoso and Social Hour to the outside. Guided over. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. An awkward start for Dapper Moon at the back of the field. Social Hour is very quick away from the gate, and so is Authentic Gallop with plenty of nice natural early speed to take command while in hand. Cooper along the inside races third through the opening stages. Ranger Battalion moves up to claim that third spot. And then it's Perfect Force in fifth, who's 5 lengths off the lead. Incentive Pay having to steady off horses' heels on the inside of Filoso. It's another 3 lengths back to Dapper Moon. And Track Ranger at the back, 22-3 for Authentic Gallop, who's sailing along toward the quarter pole in front. Ranger Battalion on the outside. Social Hour pushed along in third. Incentive Pay gets some breathing room in fourth. Perfect Force on the scene now, moving up on the outside with a 1/4 mile to go. Ranger Battalion is up to challenge Authentic Gallop in the center of the racetrack. Perfect Forces, and on the inside, here's Incentive Pay, who has come through smartly and taken the lead and starting to pull away. Incentive Pay and Joel Rosario suddenly 3 lengths in front. What a performance from Incentive Pay, who dusted them. Dapper Moon came flying after that slow start to get second. Then it was Perfect Force, and Filoso was also flying late.
Dapper Moon, Incentive Pay, first time out with the win. And we'll get to the runner-up in a moment. What an effort that was, but it's Chad Brown, Klarovich here in the debut.
The top 2 finishers overcame a ton of adversity coming from off the pace in a race where seemingly the pace ended up collapsing at the end. But big runs coming from Incentive Pay up the rail here with Joel Rosario. Always looked like he had a lot of horse. And Dapper Moon, who completely missed the break, comes rolling up for second.
Yeah, you can see as soon as they hit the top of the stretch right here, the 4 in Joel Rosario has got the race won. Now watch Ricardo Santana. He's in 6. He's going to swing the 3 all the way to the outside. And when he finds room, this horse explodes the Louisiana bred. Dallas Stewart said he had his horses ready. If this horse was ready out of the gate, this would have been really fun at the wire.
I think that's the horse everyone's going to keep their eyes on out of this performance. What an effort from the runner-up. But, hey, never easy, Raj, to win in your debut at this racetrack as a 2-year-old. Some interesting debuters near an Incentive Pay able to do that.
It's never easy to overcome adversity for a horse making a debut. This one came up the rail, was in tight quarters on the backstretch, checked a few times, got through on the inside, and kept on going. Very impressive for the horse to maintain its composure and continue on.
Now about Dwayne Lucas getting a piece of this here, third, with the only horse in the race who had a start under his belt, Perfect Force.
Yeah, I think that's key. And the horses from Churchill Downs, we've been saying it all meet, have been running well. And like Maggie said, the horse was kind of grinding away, trying to get there. Ramon Vasquez was, but Raj is right. The top two finishers, Miles the best in here.
4-3, 5-9 finish. Blown break for Dapper Moon, the Louisiana bred. Dallas Stewart already with a 2-year-old winner at this meet. This one runs huge as well in defeat, but Incentive Pay crosses a wire first in picture time for this horse, who looks like he'll be headed for Graded Stakes Company potentially in his next start.
Yeah, this one definitely has a high ceiling of ability, a lot of natural talent here, and a horse that looks like it will appreciate more distance based on its running style, and like Maggie said in the paddock too, just the size.
They better hope the Louisiana breds better hope that Dapper Moon doesn't come back to Louisiana.
Wow, that was a monstrous runner-up finish from a 2-year-old that completely missed the break. Gets second here at 9-1. Your winner, though, Incentive Pay. We're going to take a timeout when we return. What a 3-year-old filly this was, and what a campaign Princess of Silmar put together. It was not expected with her pedigree. We'll have her story when we come back.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple Graded Stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200. 200 down, 2, 2. In the back, Patrick, 200,000. Thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime, with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner who posted 7 triple-digit buyers with $5.6 million in earnings, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road. Multiple black type winners, including Grade 3 winner Mimi Kikuchi and champion 2-year-old Grade 1 Breeders' Cup juvenile winner, Fierceness.
Running away! Fierceness! A powerhouse win!
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lanes End Farm.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry saw room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Torpedo training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
Back on a big Saturday afternoon at the premier meet in the country. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. And we just saw one of our favorite things here at Saratoga, the next generation of stars, these 2-year-olds, many making their debut. And it's Incentive Pay for trainer Chad Brown, leading trainer at the meet here for Claravich Stables, with Joel Rosario, the victory. Here to start off this Pick 6 carryover. Let's go to Maggie.
And a popular victory as well with Incentive Pay, Chad. He did take a lot of money. A horse that is by a freshman sire, and we were just joking, you had the half-brother. Not that good of a horse, but this one looks completely different.
Yeah, the half-brother actually trained better than he ran, so when this horse came available, actually Pete Bradley, a good friend of mine, and is really responsible for introducing me to Seth way back, he actually picked this horse out for us late in the Keeneland, so he did a great job. But yeah, I went back in the well to this mare, and it's a totally different looking horse, a big, good-looking horse. Actually reminds me a lot of Practical Joke, even though he's not bred the same way and he's a different color, but he's the same shape of him, and he reminds me of him to a T. That's why I picked out Joel to ride the horse, because he did such a fabulous job on Practical Joke for us, and that's how the match became, and he ran just like him up the rail like when he won the Jerkins.
He really did. So much professionalism as well. You know, didn't break that quickly, but okay, got checked on the backside and went in between horses like he's done this 100 times.
You know, when you're training these babies long enough, you get a good idea in the morning if they have ability and stuff, but the final tell is in the paddock. As a trainer, you can sort of get a sense of how they're going to run, and I mean, this horse acted like he's been there 5 times already, and it just gave me such a good feel leaving the paddock, and I'm so proud of him.
Yeah, you should be. Talk a little bit about, a little later on, though, the Lake George, oversubscribed. She got the right setup, I thought, last time, but is she a horse that is really turning her game around?
It is. Listen, she got a perfect duel last time that set up the race for her, but you know, she's always trained like a really good filly with a good turn of foot. If she doesn't get too far back on this course that has much tighter turns on it, then she'll be okay. That's what it's going to come down to, pace and just not getting too far out of position for her.
Well, congratulations here with incentive pay. Best of luck later with her.
Thank you for having me.
All right, Chad Brown, nice way to kick off this pick 6 with incentive pay. Hopefully it keeps going that way. Greg?
He's been dominant up here in Saratoga, 4-time Eclipse Award-winning trainer. He's the heavy favorite to win another Saratoga training title. He's in the lead right now. He's got incentive pay, a talented 2-year-old who we'll see Saratoga special, maybe hopeful next.
Yeah, talking about that young sire, Volatile, it stands for $15,000. They paid $315,000 for this son, and gets the job done in his first asking.
We move on to race 8. And in this next race, main track here, an allowance optional claiming sprint, 7 furlongs. Several ways to go in here. And Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing, was a couple summers ago. They have Arrow Smash the 7. They won with 6 of their 13 starters.
Well, they won with another one, and the other one that they had, Mighty Madison, the other one got run down late in the lane, so he could be 2 for 2. Arrow Smash could be tough in here.
More on this race coming up shortly. Of course, our big one for 3-year-old fillies in the Coaching Club American Oaks later on this afternoon. Ask almost any owner in this sport why they got involved in this game. And if they're being honest, they'll tell you it's to be on the biggest stage with a once-in-a-lifetime horse. But for Ed Stanko, that was actually the furthest thing from his mind when he decided to breed a mare he owned who had just 1 win to her name. But in this sport, you never know what dreams may lie ahead.
Princess of Silmar.
We call the house that Princess built every day we walk in. It all comes back every single day. Storm Dixie's first race was here at Saratoga, and that was the only race she ever won. 1 for 10. We got her appraised for about $20,000. I said, Todd, I think we're going to breed her. We have nothing to lose. We're not breeders. We're not commercial breeders. What else are we going to do? The markets are low. And so we decided to breed her. We found the ideal candidate for her was to go to Grand Slam. I'm in the office back in New Jersey, and I get a call, 8 o'clock in the morning. Ed, we have a problem. Grand Slam got kicked the night before, has no interest in your mare. None. I go, well, what do I do? I said, well, we've got this young one, Majestic Warrior. Don't worry, he'll be good. I said, but he's a freshman sire. There's no numbers. I said, how long do I have to decide? I got to call my partners. You got about 10 minutes. I said, well, why don't we just do it? She's born on Silmar Farm. And then it came time to name her. We couldn't come up with a name. Why don't we name her Princess Silmar? So Ronnie Houghton says to Betsy Houghton, how can you name her that? My God, what if she's not good? She went up to Todd in June of 2012 as a 2-year-old. I said, Todd, she's a PA bred, let's teach her to win. That's what they said in the Seabiscuit movie. What did I know? The first horse I ever bred, let's teach her to win.
There's 70 yards to go, and Princess of Silmar has won it handily.
We brought her up to New York, and we went in an allowance race in December. She won by 7 lengths. And before I got out of the parking lot, I started getting the offers. It was unbelievable. Then we went on, we won the Busanda, and she won that by another 5 lengths. The offer for her at the time was $500,000. I just didn't even think about it. And then Todd called back the next day and said, now they want to offer you $600,000 for her. And I said, Todd, it sounds like a pretty good deal. And Todd said, if she can stay healthy and she goes on to win a big race, and I think she can, will you be able to live with that the rest of your life? And I said, forget it, we're never going to sell her. close hatches beat us in the Gazelle. Princess came in, I think lost by about 3 lengths. I said, well, I don't think we should look at Kentucky Oaks. Todd said, no, we'll ship her. You know, a horse like this, that's what you do. You go to Kentucky, we'll ship her, and we'll see what we think. So now we're down in the paddock, it's race time. She's 38-1, and I go, Todd, do we really belong here? Todd goes, Ed, there's gonna be speed. She comes from behind. We'll be okay.
Princess of Silmar and Mike Smith with a huge upset chance on the far outside. They're coming to the finish, and Princess of Silmar has pulled off a shocker in the Kentucky Oaks.
The adrenaline rush is so high that we couldn't remember how we got from the stands to the winner's circle. The only thing I can remember is at 38-1, when you win a race like that, there aren't a lot of people cheering except for your group. Our target race was always the Alabama. That's the race I wanted. That's the one that I thought was really the best race of all fillies, going the 1.25 miles. I mean, that's big time stuff.
And they're off in the Alabama.
They're out the half pole, and Tom says, well, Princess has yet to do any running yet. And then coming around the turn, Tom Durkin goes, you know, here she goes, pick them off, 1, 2, 3. And the place exploded.
They're coming down to the line. Princess of Silmar ran like a champion this afternoon.
It was incredible. I tell people, you get a glimpse of perfection. You know, my whole dream since I was 8 was to saddle a horse at Saratoga, and then to go on and do this. It makes you humble. I remember my son Randy saying, Dad, she's number 1. She's number 1 in the world. My God, how'd that happen?
What an incredible story. Trained by Todd Pletcher, and he'll try and win 9th coming up. That's the resume, Princess of Silmar. I've seen that story probably 100 times. I get emotional every single time. This is my favorite story. And there's actually a little twist as well. There's supposed to be a different jockey aboard that filly, wasn't there, Rajiv?
Well, I rode her in her second start, and she ran so impressively. And when you talk about the good horses distinguishing themselves, after I rode her in that race, I went and worked her in the mornings in company with the Remsen winner, Overanalyzed, the other top Pletcher horse, and she gave him all he could handle. I got off, called my brother, and said, I think I have a horse that could win the Kentucky Oaks this year, Princess of Silmar. And when I was supposed to ride her in her 3rd career start, I fell off 2 days before the race, fractured my spine, and never got to ride her again. But I always knew that she had that ability.
Special filly, and what, you know, from modest pedigree, and he had to make that instantaneous decision. And sometimes in this sport, magic just happens.
Sometimes you got to flip the coin, right? You got 10 minutes to call your owners. Oh, let's just go ahead and go do it. And like, it's just awesome. And then you name the horse Princess of Silmar, and everybody's worried if she's going to live up to her name. Well, she lived up to her name. And so many stories are like this, but this is so unique, and he still gets choked up. It's like you said, I could watch it 20 times and I still get a tear in my eye.
Ed and his partners, they deserve all that success. And for me personally, I love to see great horses coming from small, lower profile connections. It makes it even so much better. Everyone deserves to have that taste of victory with these big time horses.
Incredible story. We're going to have this year's edition of the Coaching Club American Oaks still to come later today on our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. Again, Todd Pletcher, he'll try and win that race for a 9th time in his career. He'll send out Candide coming off of her best performance, but got to tackle a good one in Torpedo Anna.
Gunrunner is the sire of 13 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gunpilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknight, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, Track Record Setter Society, Locked, two-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and Classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gun Runner, standing at 3 chimneys.
I've been the little girl who always wanted a horse. My husband bought the farm for me in 1995. Suddenly, I'm in the middle of the bluegrass, don't know what I'm doing, and just started from scratch. It was a very steep learning curve. My dream was to raise good thoroughbreds in the bluegrass the way I felt they should be raised. Flightline, as a yearling, caught the eye of a lot of people. When he went to the sale, and when they asked me, will you stay in for a leg, I just said yes. And doing that with Flightline is the smartest thing I ever did without even realizing it.
Back on our Saturday coverage at the premier meet in the sport, Saratoga Racecourse on Coaching Club American Oaks Saturday. Torpedo Anna, the queen of the 3-year-old filly division, still to come on our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. Right now it's race 8, start of the late pick 5, 7 furlongs on the main track, and an allowance optional claiming race. Let's check in with Maggie.
Take a look at the favored layoff horse, and that's number 2 in here, Greg, Federal Judge, a horse who we have not seen in quite a long time, last running in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens on the Belmont undercard last year. Yeah, that one took place at Belmont. And Federal Judge is a horse that I actually saw first time out at Oaklawn Park, and I was enamored with him. He just really stood out in that field that day. Now they're trying to get him back on track as he does return as a new gelding for this son of Army Mule, who, don't forget, Army Mule was a horse when he was on the track that ran by appointment only, so had to battle a lot of issues. And I wouldn't be surprised if that is something that is, concurrent with his progeny too. But I'll say this, as he goes out for Brad Cox for the first time, he looks so fit. You can't ask a horse to look any more defined and ready for a start back than what he does, coming off of a layoff of 13 months, theoretically. So I like what I'm seeing from him. I have no problems, but again, at a short price, it's a little tough to take. Moving on to one of 2 Linda Rice horses, and not Gun It, because he on form fits with this 7 furlong crew. No, Costa Terra, who's a big turn back in here from 1.25 miles when he came back off the layoff, in which he was bothered by a loose horse early in that race and kind of forced to go up wide and probably faster than what he wanted to behind the very talented Arthur's Ride, who ran away with the field that day. And talking with Linda here in the paddock, she said, look, I know this 7 furlongs is a little sharp, but after such a messy race last time, I want to get this horse back on track. And sometimes giving them a sprint race will get them a bit sharper and let things unfold that they want it to for the horse. She obviously likes this horse, but kind of, you know, reading between the lines from my vantage point is that this is just a stepping stone type of race to get him where they want him. He does look phenomenal, though. He looks fit, definitely benefited from that start despite it being a messy one, and a superb coat to him. So I do think physically, though, that longer is better. As number 7, Arrow Smash for Phil Bauer. Always respect anything Phil sends over here. I do think that, as his form would suggest, 7 furlongs is probably his ideal trip. A little bit of a smaller, handier horse, as he is kind of second off of that long layoff too. And that race actually producing some decent runners to come back. 2 next time out winners, respectively, earning 86 and 91 Beyer speed figures. Really well turned out, as Phil's horses tend to be. You see the Naira blinkers there. Sometimes you forget blinkers. That's why we have a full supply in the Naira paddock office here, so horses can run in those and then hand them back to us. But just a shortcut cheater blinker. Actually, it looks as though they're cutting him back a bit from what he wore in that 6 furlong race, where it was a very quickly run 6 furlong affair. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Post parade here coming up in a moment. As you look at the outsider there, Midnight Trouble, Brian Hernandez Jr., that big mount to come on Torpedo Anna, the Kentucky Oaks and Acorn winner, and the Coaching Club American Oaks, riding for Tom Morley here. This horse is pretty interesting, Paulie. This horse faced horse who's turned into a monster in Subrogate last start, second to Blazing Sevens, who was a runner-up in the Preakness last year. Faced Arthur's Ride. He's faced some really good runners.
He really has. The 8 is the kind of the horse that I just excluded right towards the end. And the only reason why he's 0 for 11 the last 2 years. But you're right. He almost beat Blazing Sevens. Frost's Departure's a really nice horse that took a field gate to wire at Oaklawn. Run some decent races at Del Mar. He's kind of that tricky horse.
And in his post raid last time, he went to do a warm-up with the jockey, and he ran off. He overly exerted himself. They had to chase him down and catch him. So, you know, that took a lot out of him. And he was 3-1 against Subrogate, who would be 2-5 in this race, I think.
Yeah, Subrogate's turned into a horse we're going to see in graded stakes in that sprint division. He's really come on of late. Call to post. Pick 5 starts here. We'll start with Alternate Reality. Romero Mirage on board.
Yeah, you want to take this one? Romero Mirage aboard, 24-1, big long shot.
Next door, the favorite off a long time away, now in the Brad Cox barn. Last home in the Woody Stevens Federal Judge.
This is the one that I picked. I love this first 2 races. He won very impressively. His Woody Stevens, he didn't show up with his best race. Complete makeover, gelded, new trainer. Love him today.
This is probably the Linda Rice runner you want. Gun it, very talented and quick early.
Yeah, very quick early. Sometimes settles for second a little too much.
Costa Terra, Maggie talked about, has run some big efforts at Saratoga.
Blinkers go on for this one, cutting back significantly in distance. He's usually running in marathon-style races.
Deer District, Dale Roman sends out as Junior Alvarado.
I think this horse got a big shot on the turn back. A Son of Oscar performance. Did run a good race here last year.
Yeah, that was second in the Grade 2 Amsterdam. Here's Arrow Smash. I thought might be the horse to beat in here for Phil Bauer.
Yeah, the horse to beat. I mean, Phil's horse has been running well. Or Can't Sell will be aboard, and I think this horse will be forwardly placed.
And here's the 8 full screen we just touched on for Marcassi.
One that I think the 7 furlong distance today is going to suit him really well. He has a win and a third from 2 starts at the distance.
Yeah, and there again, Brian Hernandez Jr. on Midnight Trouble, your Oaks and Derby winning rider.
Nothing wrong with a horse that's won 2 in a row, and a 4-year-old that's getting better and better, and now he's going to have to step it a little bit more, but the horse is going in the right direction.
Hot horse.
So there's the favorite. Those silks of WinStar Farm, obviously major talent shown by this horse. First 2 starts of his career really stamped himself as a horse to beat. Deer District would be in this race as well. This was off a maiden score. He'd go back-to-back with a win at Churchill.
I mean, this was such an impressive performance in only his 2nd career start. This was Kentucky Derby Day of 2023, and this is the kind of performance that made them go on and put him in the Grade 1 competition next. Obviously, something went amiss. He ran 4th in that Woody Stevens. He's off a long layoff. He hasn't run since June of 2023. He's been gelded since. He switched trainers, now comes in for Brad Cox. This is a horse that I have high expectations for, and I mean, sure so does his connections.
Paul showed a world of talent early on. Obviously, as Raj said, something went wrong in that Woody Stevens. That's why he's been gone for so long. And if any trainer can bring him back ready to go in a tough field, it's Brad Cox.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this horse beat Extra Neo too in that replay. And in the Woody Stevens, we're acting like he just collapsed. He ran 4th to Arabian Lion and Drew's Gold. I mean, pretty nice horses. Obviously, like you said, something probably went amiss, and now they're bringing the horse back. The horse has been training steady over at WinStar Farm, and he's owned by CNN WinStar. Then he went to Churchill, got his work here, and the workout report in the morning says he's doing great. So do you want to try to beat him with a horse that's got more recency? Then it's probably the 7, but I will warn you, the 5's going to be rolling down the racetrack late here in this race.
Now let's go to Aero Smash for Phil Bauer. Rigney Racing, 3-1 second choice right now. Eric Cancel will be aboard. And this was back on May 16th. Comeback race as a 4-year-old, and runner-up finish, but he runs a very big race to run second.
He ran a 92 buyer. You usually think you're going to win these type of races, but he lost to Chaplin on this day. And they went fast up front, and he might have got a good setup. But, he comes rolling late here. I think he'll be a little bit more forward, but that was a pretty big effort considering that was a 92 buyer, and that fits here, obviously.
And Raj, it was this comeback race as a 4-year-old, his first start back, career best effort. What's to say he doesn't move forward?
Yeah, I expect him to move forward, right? Because he hasn't run. He hadn't run in 6 months before his most recent race. So he got to knock some of the rust off and gain some fitness. So typically you expect those horses to move forward. Now, one of the things is he's running against some horses with more recency, I believe. This is a tough race for this level. And he's getting bet down pretty significantly as a second choice right now.
What do you do with the 3? Is the horse going backwards, or which way is Gunnett going?
The horse ran so huge 2 starts ago. I'm willing to forgive that effort last time. I mean, there were some monsters in it. That was grade 2 company. Baby Yoda. I didn't think Baby Yoda had that race still in him.
I will say this. If you look at Gunnett, the worst races have been without Lasix. Lasix do go on. The other part about this, though, is in for the tag, though, for 62.5. The one's in for the tag. They're the 2 horses in for the 62.5 tag.
He got beat last time by a hot horse. I mean, you talk about Baby Yoda, he's in top form.
So Gunnett the 3. Jose Lezcano, Linda Rice, 7-2 right now. Part of an uncoupled entry for that barn. Let's go back to Maggie.
Well, thanks, guys. As we'll take a look at some warm-ups. And number 8 in here, Full Screen. Last time out faced Subrogate. And we've seen Subrogate, despite he's always leaning on that left inside lead, really just kind of dominate. And he posted a 106 buyer after we saw Full Screen finishing a distant 5th to him. Full Screen, though, as he takes a half a furlong step out in distance, I think that suits him. Honestly, I feel like this horse is best at kind of that 1-turn mile configuration, as his form would hint at. And looking at him, he's a really tall, more leggy type of runner. Again, talking about number 8 in here, Full Screen. There he is. He's really well coordinated today. All pink with the Gary Barber silks. He was okay in the paddock. I liked him more, though, when I watched him warm up, and I think that's always a good sign when they kind of elevate once they hit the track. But, guys, number 2 in here, Federal Judge. Again, I do not like taking 8-5 on such a horse such as this, coming back off such a long layoff. But he continues to look phenomenal for this first start back as a 4-year-old.
Obviously, just massive ability. You run a 97 Beyer speed figure in your debut.
Maggie's
you might be special.
Maggie's fighting herself back. Just looking at, she's got some horse love for the two, but I'm with her. I get it. I mean, this is a tough task against this field off a year out.
And Raj, too. I mean, difficult. It's going to be, forget the maiden race, but since then, first time against older horses. But first time coming back off a long time away at 7/8 of a mile. It's a tough distance to come back at.
I loved what I saw on paper, and Maggie just validated it by saying that he looks good, so I'm all in with him.
8-5. Federal Judge. First start for the Brad Cox barn was previously with Rudolph Brissett. Manny Franco will be aboard. Got to beat some good older horses, though, here in this spot for his 4-year-old return. He'll break from post 2 off the long time away. Let's go to Frank Miramati as we kick off this late pick 5 on Coaching Club American Oaks Saturday from Saratoga.
They're in the gate. They're off. Federal Judge has asked for early speed and comes out in stride and quickly to the front. Gutted is up close in second through the opening furlong. Deer District is third, about 2.5 lengths off the pacemaker. Arrow Smash in the red colors now moves up, takes that third spot, and Full Screen is fifth but not far behind. 5 lengths off Federal Judge, who's doing it very easily through the opening stages. At the back of the field, Alternate Reality, Costa Terra, and Midnight Trouble. 22-4 for Federal Judge, leading the way by 1.5 lengths. Gunnet is in second. Arrow Smash remains in third. Down on the inside, trying to make some headway, is Deer District in the fourth spot, has 4 lengths to make up. He's right next to Full Screen midway on the far turn. The half went in 45 and 1/5 seconds. It's a long way back to Costa Terra. Alternate Reality, the trailer is Midnight Trouble. Federal Judge and Gunnet, 1-2 most of the way. Federal Judge asks the question at the top of the stretch, hugs the rail and goes on willingly. Full Screen moving up on the outside, taking up the chase as Gunnet is back to third. They're in the final furlong. Federal Judge, Full Screen comes right to him. Full Screen in the center of the track and Federal Judge, Full Screen. Full Screen on the outside, surges past, another for Dylan Davis as Full Screen wins it a length. Federal Judge second best. Costa Terra really picked it up late. And then it was a photo between Gunnet and Deer District.
Full Screen. We talked about some of the tough company he'd been keeping. He comes and runs down Federal Judge, who ran huge off the bench. Comes up just short here.
Lost nothing in defeat, Federal Judge. He ran hard every step of the way. Full Screen. One of the things about being in that cozy outside position, your hand isn't forced. Dylan just sat patiently, let the race develop in front of him, and chose the right time to make his move at Federal Judge, who, considering that he hadn't run a long time, considering that he was a pace setter, ran extremely well in defeat.
We're not even fully 2 weeks in yet, and Dylan Davis already has 2 multiple win days at the meet.
Yeah, and it's a horse that, like I said, 0 for 11 the last 2 years, but just time perfect. Your favorite didn't show up. Arrow Smash did not show up at all. Federal Judge ran a great race. I mean, 109 and change is smoking. Just, he was crawling home, and nobody else was coming besides the 8 horse in here at Full Screen.
7 furlongs, we touched on it. Very difficult distance to come back against a good group, older horses for him for the first time off that long of a layoff, but this is certainly a horse to watch next time out because he has a world of ability. But it's Full Screen who gets the win here today for Mark Cassie. He's off to a tremendous start at this meet as well. Gary Barber Silks, and a horse who's won for the 4th time in his career now.
Yeah, and listen, Cassie and Barber, they've been on fire this whole meet, and another one chalked up to them, and a son of Big Screen. You don't have to pay much to get into this game. $7,200 purchase compared to the 3 Gunnet, $2.6 million purchase.
Amazing, isn't it?
Isn't it?
And this horse, about another, well, closing in on $300,000 in earnings in his career. Only cost just over $7,000.
Full Screen with the win, rolling by Federal Judge Late for the victory here in the 8th.
Wet Pink surging to win the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage, respect, integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
Back on our Fox Sports 1 coverage, Saturday here from Saratoga. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. What a special sporting venue this is. One of the most historic in any sport in the country. And days like this, or when it lives up to its reputation, just a great place to be. Full Screen, rolling by a great comeback from Federal Judge, who we fully expect to be equally tough. Next time out, just a little bit short off the bench. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning pilot Dylan Davis getting a second win on the card. Dylan, Full Screen, just that 7/8 fit him beautifully and a really nicely timed and executed ride by you.
Thanks, Maggie. First thing, thanks to the Cassie team and Barbara for the opportunity here to get back on him. Ran well. Shane gave me full rein here, and Cassie, but he has some good speed. I just wanted to break sharp. I put a lot of pressure towards the inside to make them go ahead, and I like what I saw, so I tucked in when I had the opportunity to, and after that he got into the bridle nicely, into the mid-turn, and I had a split there, turning for home, and he jumped into the bridle and responded nicely. He was just slowly tiring, closing into that front runner, and was able to get the job done. I liked how he was coming from route, so he was able to, I thought that's what we saw down the lane from him. He was the fittest one.
Yeah, a little bit of bottom always helps. And speaking of some bottom, you are padding your win column quite nicely up here at the spa. Talk about getting off to such a nice start. You've had, several multiple win days.
Yeah, it's a special feeling. Just doing my best every day out there, and I see it coming to light that I'm getting some opportunities there, and I'm doing the best with what I have. And if they're not the favorites, they're coming out with a lot of long shots, but I'm trying to think outside of the box and trying to figure out ways that I can win races out there, and I'm capitalizing on guys that make mistakes, and it shows. And I'm just doing the best I can, and just keep going. This is the greatest. This is the best start that I've had this meet. So there's more to come.
Mentally, you're in the zone, that's for sure. But let's talk about physically. As you were just saying to me, I got to ride 8 and then go 1.5 miles in the last. How do you stay physically ready for this?
No, I feel great. The adrenaline keeps me going. I'm used to riding 9, 10, Aqueduct, Belmont. It slows down a little bit here because there's a lot of riders, but I'm physically ready, and I just got to keep focused and keep my head on the grindstone. And I get tired once I get home and lay on the couch after dinner, so the kid's trying to wake me up, but Just doing the best I can and putting 100% out there on the track.
Keep that adrenaline running high. The wins, I'm sure, make it easy to do such. Congrats.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Dylan Davis in the zone, mentally and physically, Greg.
6 wins for Dylan Davis. He's not kidding when he's talking about having to work with some long shots. How about a 44-1 long shot on opening day, the Queens MG in the Schuylerville, part of a multiple win opening day for him. Last kind of 3 years, Raj, we've seen Dylan Davis really sort of take the next steps in this sport.
For me, it is so rewarding to see that happen for Dylan because when I was riding, Dylan was a newcomer, younger guy, up and coming. And one thing about him, man, he put in the work. This guy was doing whatever he could, outworking everyone. And I love to see hard work, perseverance get rewarded. He's dedicated. So happy for him and his family and everyone involved with his success.
I'm sure for you too, when you played baseball and you started strong to start a season, it probably just gave you so much confidence, didn't it?
Yeah, it does. I think there's always a point in your life where you're like, okay, I'm here and I belong. And I think this year, I think it's already happened for Dylan, but I think now Dylan knows, okay, I can get on a grade 1 horse and really run. And you know what? I was up and down in the minor leagues, and I'll never forget when I had my 6-hit game on Labor Day. I'll never forget. I went back and I sat in my locker and just reached back and said, finally, they can never send me down again. You know what I mean? And that was my relaxing point of my career.
Dylan Davis, 6th win of the meet, 5th in the standings right now. What a start for him. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, of course, Torpedo Anna still ahead, the coaching club American Oaks. We'll meet part of the team behind the scenes for trainer Ken McPeak. That's a big part of why they're so successful. Stay with us.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
When you can bring over a champion like this to the Night of the Stars sale, it's exactly what we dream of and what you hope for.
Anytime we've got a marquee filly that is ready to be brought to market, we know that the Night of the Stars is the venue.
It really wasn't a question as to where we were going to sell her.
We have had a long history of selling 7-figure mares here at Night of the Stars. Boyd Browning and his team just do such an exceptional job promoting these mares, getting them sold.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage from Saratoga, and each of the big grade 1s at this event Susan Garrett puts them together with the flower blanket. We've had Acacia Clement, Maggie Wolfendale assist some of those flower blankets. It takes a while, but they are works of art.
They are works of art. And they take a long time to be done, and the detail on them is incredible.
There's no better feeling for a jockey than having one of those draped over your legs while you're in the winner's circle.
Did you ever take one home with you?
I haven't been fortunate to take one home with me, no.
Well, we'll see who's going to take that home after today's Coaching Club American Oaks. That is still to come, the big one on the program today. Behind every successful thoroughbred campaign, there's an entire team that helps achieve that success. For trainer Ken McPeak, who will send out Torpedo Anna in today's Coaching Club American Oaks, the big favorite in that race. Part of that team is 74-year-old Danny Ramsey, who still continues to get on McPeak's horses in the morning and whose infectious attitude is so positive, everyone takes on that same attitude.
I get to the barn like a half an hour before I get on a horse, and I stretch for like 20, 25 minutes. I don't drink, I don't smoke. I don't eat pork, I don't eat beef. The last soda I drank was in 1988. I became a minister 25 years ago. My wife played a big part in it. She's the best thing ever happened to me. We have 5 children, 14 grand, and 2 great-grand.
Danny's been with me pushing 15 years. I have told him repeatedly, the day you decide you don't want to do this, Danny, I'll buy a nice, stable pony. You can go out there and tell the young riders everything that they're doing wrong. But he doesn't want to do that. He wants to continue to gallop, and I could go back to horses like Golden Ticket and Eskimo Kisses, Daddy's Little Darling, Swiss Skydiver he got on regularly. Torpedo Anna is a filly that can be a little tough. Danny, within a couple of days, has figured her out and got her to relax underneath him.
The difference between Torpedo Anna and Mystic Dan, when she's ready to go, she said, let's go, and I say, okay, let's go. And if you fight her, she'll fight you back. So just let her go, and she'll be just fine.
Mystic Dan is a horse that's been relatively simple to train and be around, but once again, Danny makes them happy.
He's got class. He doesn't spook from nothing. Everything I ask him to do on the track, he does it. He's lovely. His personality is super.
Danny Ramsey at 74 years old is just an amazing guy. I've said repeatedly, Danny's infectious. He's one of the happiest people I've ever been around.
Hey, Wayne Lucas told me a couple of years ago, he said, don't let no one tell you when to retire. He said, you retire, you walk away from this game when you're ready to walk away. And I told my wife what Wayne Lucas said. She said, well, I'm going to have a talk with him.
I don't know how long either one of us are going to continue to do this, but I'm going to tell you this, we're going to do it together. And when we quit, we'll probably quit at the same time.
You just see it, and just seeing that piece. He's such a positive person, such great energy around him. Big part of the McPeak team's success.
Pretty cool story. I mean, him and Ray Briner, I got to see them a ton over at Oakland Park, and he is tremendous. He's in tremendous shape. He does not look his age at all, and he's getting on all these great horses, and to high praise with Torpedo Anna, too, as well. It's just a great team, and they've been a good team this whole year.
Yeah, Danny's vibe is so intoxicating. And while he was talking about the tricks to staying in shape, I was taking notes. So no pork, no drinking, no smoking, and no meats?
Yes, that's true. And Mr. Lucas just gave him the best advice ever. Don't let anybody tell you when to retire. I'll never forget, Eric Karros told me one time, he said, you know what? You stay on a baseball field till they rip the jersey off of you, and it's kind of the same concept.
Yeah. It can't get no better coaching than getting from the coach.
Yep.
Another guy who stayed on horses pretty long, 87 years old, and still gets on horses in the morning. The great D. Wayne Lucas, who he could have a big say in a big 3-year-old race next weekend. He's going to have his Preakness winner, Seize the Gray, line up in that Jim Dandy, trying to make his way to the Travers. We're going to take a timeout.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old, and multiple graded stakes winner. Graded stakes winning 2-year-olds, Hidden Connection, and Whitwater's Rand. Graded stakes winning 3-year-old, Implicated. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
26 Black almost there. 26 Black.
And Roos.
Torrigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
The breeding shed is still open. Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Thanks for being with us on this Saturday afternoon from the summer place to be here in upstate New York. You're watching Saratoga Live as we get set for race 9. Mile and an eighth on the turf of this allowance optional claiming field. And it's Major Dude for Todd Pletcher, the 2, the favorite. He's got another one on the outside, the 9 Steady On, taking some support. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Todd Pletcher bookending this field, though he's not here today. I wonder where he could be. Maybe the Naira Bets Haskell down at Monmouth Park. But let's take a look at one of his runners, the favored runner down towards the inside. That's number 2, Major Dude. I was not in the paddock for his comeback race as a 4-year-old, but I do like what I'm seeing here, and I liked what I saw on the track in that replay. And Big Everest kind of able to do his thing. When Big Everest gets that lead, he is uber dangerous. And I thought Major Dude made a nice run at him, especially late. And he's not devoid of speed either, which I also like. He has the ability to gain forward position out of the gate, which is a real feather in his cap. And I think he's one of those horses that they named really well because he's very dude-like in his demeanor. He's just laid back. He's always been that way every time I've seen him. And he has filled out now, going from 3 to 4, which I like to see. So I think he is a force to be reckoned with and should be taking the attention that he is. Moving on to a duo for Chad Brown, number 3, Belloni. He kind of was in the second flight, and he got a bit of a quick pace, at least a quick opening quarter, so that set him up nicely to have a nice kick late in the game. Now, he's a horse I haven't seen at all this year, but he was the poster child last year for one that needed to be gelded, as he just lacked a lot of focus, and I mean, especially the day that he bolted with Joelle. So back to the drawing board, geld him, give him the time away, and look what it's done. It's made this horse much better. He's such a different animal now. He's so much more relaxed, so much more focused. He does run with that Houghton bit for horses that do have the propensity to lean in or lean out, but really making a lovely showing of himself here in the paddock today. I get the feeling that it could be onwards and upwards for a horse that, going back to that 3-year-old campaign, they obviously had some high hopes for. Moving on to Chad's other horse that he takes over training with is number 8, and the winner is, lovely name for an Oscar performance, and one that does come back as a gelding. He's a horse that I only saw one time previously in his career. Got a bit hot that day. Kind of not hot here, but just a horse that's a bit forward. He looks as though he'll benefit from a start. I like what he's done in the interim. He's gotten a bit bigger, he's filled out, and since they put the tack on him, he kind of blew himself up a bit, which is always a good sign, kind of indicating a horse is ready, at least mentally, for this comeback. But again, I think he'll benefit from getting a start, striding out nicely, though, here in the paddock. A long shot that caught my eye is number 4, Harlan Estate for Whit Beckman. He's a little bit dirtied up, at least as of late, but he does have some go-back races that make him a serious player here in some nice fields, too. Taking the blinkers off, so experimenting with that just a bit here. The last time they did it, it was over soft ground at the fairgrounds, obviously not taking to that kindly. But he's dappled head to toe. Maybe just a little regroup, freshening was needed for a horse that looks as though he's heading into this affair, at least in the right way, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. 10 minutes away here from this ninth coming up. It starts this late pick 4 on this big Saturday afternoon of action here at Saratoga. As we get a look at Whit Beckman, long shot, Harlan Estate, blinkers coming up. This horse, Paul, has some numbers. He's run at Fairgrounds, at Churchill. They put him in the mix against the top players in here.
Yeah, that River City race, when he came from the 12-hole, was a dynamite race. He comes from way out of it. He also ran a bang-up race at Kentucky Downs, which is a tough configuration. Sometimes he'll put a good race into you, and usually it's at a price.
Yeah, and he gets a good class relief here. He's been running against much tougher, like you said. He was beaten only 5 lengths in a Grade 1 race, so against Up to the Mark and Master of Seas, he definitely has some races in his arsenal that could make him a sneaky guy here.
We just saw Dylan Davis get a leg up on Steady On for Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli Silks. When a lot of the big name guys they're at Monmouth today. It's Naira Betts Haskell Day. Days like this for riders who get these opportunities, what's it like?
Oh, this is very meaningful. It's not taken for granted. If you don't get these a steady flow from the top barns all the time, right? When you do get it, you know you have to carpe diem, seize the day. And I know, well, Dylan is riding high. He got a couple of wins today. But to add a win with Mike Rapoli, one of the biggest owners in the game, and Todd Pletcher, the biggest trainer in the game, for him to win for these connections, that would propel him in many ways.
Talk about grabbing their attention. Yeah, might get you a few more mounts down the line. See what happens here. 2-1 favorite is the stablemate of the horse Dylan will be on. Major Dude, who automatically, Paul, is going to be able to save ground from that inside post.
Yeah, save ground. The horse got Lasix, second time in his career. And he improved a lot, and I loved his last effort. I think he's the one to beat here. I think he could stay close enough to the pace. This is a horse that ran second to 2 fills a couple of years ago, if you remember that horse who ran a courageous Kentucky Derby.
After that Derby, people thought that might be the 3-year-old you want to look at going forward. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see much more at 2 fills. Career cut short. What a talent he was in his brief career. So they come out for the post parade. We hear the call to post behind us. 7 minutes from a start. And then it's back-to-back graded stakes coming up. Grade 3 Lake George of the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks. Here's Pioneering Spirit, former $40,000 claim that Linda Rice earned $465,000 with last year.
Not many times you're cutting back from 2 miles, but that's what's happening here for Pioneer Spirit.
Major Dude, the favorite, John Velasquez for Todd Pletcher.
Posted a lifetime career best buyer in his most recent start off a long layoff.
Leading trainer at the meet, Chad Brown, Ballooney coming off a win.
Yeah, and that's always dangerous. When Chad gets a horse to get going, they can be dangerous right back.
Whit Beckman still looking for that first career Saratoga win. He has Harlan Estate.
A long shot that should not be overlooked here. This one has some back races that would make him very competitive in this spot.
Mike Maker, one of the best barns in the country. He's off to a hot start here at Saratoga, sends out a Tone.
Tone is a horse that, does like Saratoga. It's run some of his best races here, and kind of an in-between horse. But be lame mid-pack.
Third off a short layoff for cash equity for Safi Joseph Jr.
Yeah, this 6-time winner comes in for top connections. Safi Joseph and Tyler Gaffleone.
Horse moving to the Chad Brown barns. Been off since May of last year, and the winner is...
This one also a stake winner, a graded stake winner, capturing the Grade 2 Bourbon. That was a couple years ago.
And here's the other Todd Pletcher horse with Dylan Davis, second off a long time away, Steady On.
I would think this is the horse that goes to the front end, right? You get the outside draw, second off the layoff. The horse has shown speed before. I would think Dylan, like Rajiv said, is going to seize the day.
5 minutes to post. We'll see if he can do just that coming up. We're going to say goodbye to SNY and Bally SoCal. We're going to stay on our FS1 coverage. Of course, we're going to be shifting soon to our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage, but right now going to stick on FS1. So long to SNY and Bally Sports SoCal. So thanks for sticking with us on our FS1 coverage here. Greg Wolf, Paul LaDuca, Rajiv Mirage. We have Maggie Wolfendale with us trackside as well as we get set for this late pick 4 coming up. And here is the remaining half of the entry. Pioneering Spirit, Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano, a horse who's had some very big moments from being a former claim. And some of those big moments have come here at Saratoga.
Yeah, he has 2 wins from 4 starts at Saratoga and a 3rd place finish, and run against some really good horses. He was 3rd in the Grade 1 Sword Dancer here at Saratoga. He won the Bernard Baru at Saratoga, a stake. The thing is, he seems to be more effective at marathon distances, and he's cutting back majorly in distance today.
And, Linda Rice, Paul, who, a big part because of all those claims in Kentucky, was able to tie for the leading trainer title here last year. So many great claims, and she is busy in the claim box. This might be her best claim the last few years.
Yeah. I mean, this is a horse that is got, what, 574,000 in the bank? Yeah. And, and on his best day, the horse does have 2 wins here at Saratoga, and the best race he ever ran was at 1 mile and a 16th. I know they're stretching out to 1 mile and an 1/8, but he had been in 1.5 mile distances, so his cutback is not that bad, I guess.
Talking about the 1, Pioneering Spirit, so 8-1. It will not break from the inside, by the way.
No.
Post 6 for the remaining half of the entry, the 1 Pioneering Spirit.
Do you guys agree that 9 goes to the front end here? Or you see anybody else?
You remember this race yesterday with Irad Ortiz breaking from the outside on the turf and just clearing the field? And
no, you mean when Irad Ortiz took out the 9, the 8, and the 7 and then went to the front end?
Well, when he went wire to wire yesterday.
Yeah.
There was no speed in the race, and he wanted to be able to establish the lead. And this is a very similar spot for Dylan here. There's not a lot of definitive speed in this race, and there's going to be some advantage to the early pace setters because it's expected to be a moderate to slow pace. Dylan's best chance, the optimal way to ride this race, is doing exactly what Irad did yesterday, braking, clearing the field, and then trying to regulate and ration out the speed. But John Velasquez, being down on the inside on Major Dude, he acknowledges that. I'm sure John Velasquez acknowledges that, and I think he's going to be aggressive, securing his spot down on the inside. This is the reason why I picked Major Dude as my top pick in this race.
Well, they're from the same barn. You would not think they're going to duel each other, but we'll see what happens as we take a look at Major Dude in action here. And his last start, Paul, he really just rose to a new level, even though he was not a winner that day.
No, he wasn't. He came up just short to Big Everest, but you're right. He's kind of a big dude. It just takes him a little while to get going, and when he got going, he started running, and he was running right at, the winner in here. He just came up short. I think he's going to move forward from that effort. Thought it was a good effort. Neck was being a little generous there.
Maybe. Pretty good horse, too, that he was not able to get to late,
yeah.
Who usually controls on the front end. But it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, obviously, John Velasquez is so crafty about taking advantage when he can. He's already on the inside, and the horse is at least tactically quick. But yet, Steady On does look like the other one who wants to be forward. We'll see what else happens in here. When you have a race like this, Raj, it's so wide open and kind of murky pace-wise, how often would you say have a game plan ahead of time?
Always. I mean, every time for me, every time I was going to ride a race, I'm looking to see how can I optimize my chances of winning. And looking at this race, undoubtedly, there's not a lot of speed in there. So where can I steal an advantage? The advantage that can be taken here is being aggressive early on and establishing yourself close to the front end, because once that is set up going into that first turn, the most crucial part of this race is from the gate to the first turn, because this is where the dynamics of this race is going to be established.
2-1 favorite, still Major Dude from the inside post. Let's go to Maggie on horseback.
Yeah, out here on my friend Chick, Jesse Costa, one of our outriders, loaning him to me for the afternoon. He's a cool dude. But let's talk about the stablemate to Major Dude, and that's Steady On in here. A horse who, at least on paper, has speed. He broke on top last time and then was taken in hand to rate, kind of heating the lead to the eventual winner, Big Everest, that day. I know he's drawn outside, which is not in his favor, but he's at least the horse who is acting the most sharp as well. Now, those front wraps do stay on for this second off the bench. They were on a couple times last year as well. So I wouldn't put too much stock into that because they've been there before. But Dylan Davis is going to have to orchestrate something from this outside post position to make sure that this horse gets that forward position. And I think, Greg, that he is most dangerous when he's controlling on the front end.
Well, that's where Steady On, one of his wins came from. Gate to wire performance. He did that from an outside post. But this is obviously a different level of competition, Rock.
Yeah, but if Dylan isn't aggressive in trying to clear off to get the lead, what's going to happen is he's going to get caught up wide. If this race is slowed down, they bunch up. The outside horses get hung up and strung out wide and lose too much ground.
Difficult position to be in for Dylan Davis.
It is. And you know what? The 6 is getting a lot of money here for Saffie Joseph.
7-2 right now, cash equity. Third off, a short layoff for him. We're set for the 9th. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
The gate. A little bit of movement from Harlan Estate. And they're off. Steady On, sent out of the gate with sharp early foot. A Tone is up close in the early stages. And here's Major Dude coming through, and he's under a stranglehold. Major Dude moving through nonetheless. Then And the Winner Is, who's 3 wide into the first turn. Just behind them, Ballooney and Harlan Estate settles 6 lengths off the pace. The 2 trailers, Cash Equity and Pioneering Spirit, is at the back of the field. Steady On has made it over to the rail through an opening quarter in 24 seconds flat, pursued by A Tone a length back second. They're followed by Major Dude, who races third at this point and is only about 2 or so off this pacemaker. They swing on to the backstretch. And the lead belongs to Steady On. It's Steady On just in front, A Tone in second. Major Dude, Ballooney is now 4th, 4 lengths off the lead. And the Winner Is tugging nicely in 5th, has 5 lengths to make up. Harlan Estate gets a little bit of a nudge. Cash Equity second to last. Pioneering Spirit has been last throughout. The half in 48 seconds flat. Around the far turn, it's still Steady On in front. A Tone has been right up to him in second the whole way. Then it's Ballooney, Major Dude, those first 4 throughout. Just in behind them, And the Winner Is trying to thread through traffic. On the far outside, Harlan Estate trying to mount a bid too. They're at the top of the stretch. Steady On goes on with it, leads by a length to A Tone, who comes right back for more. Harlan Estate, there's room at the rail for Major Dude in the orange, and he's had a sweet journey, and here he comes. Major Dude takes the lead. Cash Equity on the scene late, but it's Major Dude pulling away. Major Dude and Johnny V, much the best. Win by 3.5. Photo for second, Harlan Estate and Cash Equity. Pioneering Spirit was on the scene late.
Major Dude, John Velasquez, content to let the stablemate get to the front, take back in this race. Wow, did he have a lot left for the finish.
Yeah, I get not want to run head on with the stablemate early, lead on, clearing the field, and Johnny ended up sitting in that perfect coveted pocket trip. And from there on out, you can tell that he was loaded, and right here, he patiently waited for that seam to open, and once it did, he pointed Major Dude in there, and this horse really showed a quick turn of foot.
Yeah, I mean, this horse was primed for a good effort, and the best horse in the field won the race. I don't care trip or not, but get the 4 in here, Whit Beckman with the 4, and Harlan Estate, who came rolling with the blinkers off, runs a nice little second here, and Cash Equity did come running, but Major Dude just never kind of looked like the loser, just needed a seam to open up.
Saved ground, obviously, all the way around the racetrack from that inside post, but when called upon, he really brought it. I mean, he's a different horse now as a 4-year-old, Paul.
Yeah, he is. I mean, like I said before, I just thought he was going to be really tough to beat in the sequence. I told you earlier, Major Dude, and you said, that's it? I said, yeah, kind of that's it. And, you know, now with a little bit of a shot in that last race at 8-1, you get Major Dude. Pick 6 gets a little spicier. It's okay.
Oh, yeah, pick 6 is not looking too bad. Some prices in there, and if you single Major Dude, you probably was able to spread out a little more later on.
The way he handled this field with ease, would you expect to see a much tougher spot for him next time out?
I would think so. And I would expect him to come back here at Saratoga. That's his first time at Saratoga, and he did that.
He's a horse with a lot, always hinted good ability.
Let's go to Maggie. She's already caught up with Johnny V.
Here with the Hall of Famer, always one of my favorite interviews here. But Johnny, wow, making it through on the rail with Major Dude, ran so well last time and really capitalizing on that effort today.
Yeah, I watched Javier riding these horses last time. He was very patient with him in there, waited until they open up, open up for him, and he came out running. So I just basically was waiting the same thing to see which way I was going to go. And I saw the other horse started getting out, went back to the inside, and he went through pretty easily.
He's a cool dude. But let's talk about another turf race you're in a little bit later, the Lake George. You're going to be on Monmouth Gold, getting on the turf for the first time, full to overcharge, a really nice turf sprinter. I know you said you haven't been on her in her work on the turf, but is there anything you can glean from her action that says she'll take to it?
I'm going to tell you she's going to be very fast. Last time she stumbled pretty bad out there, and she got on the route right away. So I think she's going to be pretty fast today.
Gate to wire?
Sorry?
Gate to wire?
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to fight it, that's for sure.
Well, I like those tactics, Johnny. Congratulations here, though, with Major Dude.
Thank you.
All right, Johnny Velasquez aboard Major Dude. Todd Pletcher and him teaming up a little bit later. Maybe they'll get the gold again. Greg.
That's a really intriguing 3-year-old filly coming up in that Grade 3 Lake George. Will get on the turf for the first time. Monmouth Gold, and Johnny V will ride her, but just simply the best against this group here.
Yeah, and I think the whole key is that, you know, when the 9 went to the front end, Johnny V had the horse placed right in the right spot. Like, you didn't want the horse to get backed up a little bit, but as soon as the 9 gets a little bit tired, race over now.
And you see, coming off the turn there, Johnny, he was scouting for the hole. Because when you come in the straightaway sometimes, it's a narrow margin. You got to pick a spot before you can go. He looked outside at first, and then he saw it lean off, kind of float off the rail, and he just pointed him back to the inside, took the gap, and that's when he really accelerated.
So Johnny V for Todd Pletcher. Major Dude picks up his 4th career win on grass, 5th overall. This was impressive. Handling this group with ease. Harlan Estate, Cash Equity wind up 2nd, 3rd.
That's not bad, too, just for your pick 6. That pick 3, $182. If you had this middle pick 5, wow. $4,000. Nice get to if you got to that.
With Major Dude, yeah, closing it out as the favorite. So we're coming to a conclusion here very shortly. We're going to send it over to Big Fox for our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage in just a moment here with the big one to come. Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks. This is the field that will line up. We'll see 4 3-year-old fillies in action in one of the most prestigious events there is in the sport for the division. But there's no question that this race starts and likely ends with Torpedo Anna seeking a 3rd straight Grade 1 win, Paulie.
Yeah, it does. Candide obviously is going to be her main competition in here. It's only a 4-horse field, but when you have the speed that Torpedo Anna has, she can dictate whatever she wants.
You know, I feel every time I get to watch Torpedo Anna run in person, I feel like I'm at Disney World. That's like, you know, an attraction to get to see her run. So she might not be a horse that you can make a lot of money betting today, but just to enjoy that her performances, it's really been nice for me.
Compact field, things can happen. We see a lot of traffic sometimes in these compact fields. She's a kind of filly that she might be the fastest filly in this race. Does she have any kind of weakness that other riders can try and exploit here?
Well, I'm putting myself in John Velasquez's shoes because he's the only other jockey that's riding a horse that has some early speed, and he's drawn right outside of her. A lot of what happens in the first part of the race is going to be dictated by how much pressure Johnny decides to use with Leslie's Rose into Torpedo Anna.
3 wins in a row by 14.25 lengths against the best in this division, and she has just overwhelmed them, Paul.
If she puts away Candy today, she's put away a lot of good horses. I happen to think Intricate's going to run a banged-up race. I don't think she can beat Torpedo Anna, but Brendan Walsh sends them in ready.
Well, she's beat her once before, but they've become very different fillies since that time. Hope you enjoyed our coverage here on FS1. Again, it continues on Big Fox with Torpedo Anna to come in the Coaching Club American Oaks next.